complex here in Manhattan on West 57th Street. We're at the other end. Our friends from CBS Sports are down the hall, and the debate itself is literally through that wall in one of the many studios here in this big building. And, you know, normally these things have been held on university campuses or at like the Constitution Center in Philadelphia, not in the CBS Broadcast Center ever before. Finn Gomez, our political director, is now with us here again. What have you learned in the last few hours as we get ready for this debate?
Well, there's a couple things. I do want to add that CBS was the first one to have a televised presidential debate in 1960. Just a reminder for those history.
At WBBM CBS Chicago. There are pictures of all the net news if you're watching in Chicago. CBS Chicago, you know.
I'm fixing up some stuff here before I actually start doing anything.
Sources close to the Trump campaign that we've been hearing some of these. They've been sort of like alerting in a way this past couple of weeks of certain hits, kind of like signaling that they might be doing these hits against that advance.
I think I'm live on YouTube.
Walls on certain issues, right? Including immigration, like the whole stolen valor argument that we.
Doggo, Wiley, hello.
But what I'm told is there's.
All right, but look, this has potentially. This is gonna be, you know. This will potentially be the most funniest shit that I'm ever gonna see. Please, Kaspersky, I need you to chill the fuck out.
American viewing public, and also because it's essentially because like right out of the gates he had sort of like some sort of a.
I'm gonna like kill Kaspersky. I don't need it.
You know, just like rollout, if you will. Rough start. Thank you. That's a much better way to put it. And also in our polling, it shows that there's much more enthusiasm for those voting for Harris Walls for the VP candidate than there are for.
There you go.
Right? So one thing is introducing himself to the American public. And instead of really going after Walls, which I'm sure he will, but really go after Vice President Harris and Joe Biden. And just continue
I just can't. Okay. Well.
Administration.
It's traditionally what the running mate's supposed to do in a setting like this, right?
But so that will be more of his focus. That's what I've been told.
Both of you track the Trump campaign much closer than I do.
I hate it. All right.
What do we make of their decision to say no to 60 Minutes?
I didn't get sick. Let's. Okay.
Right? I mean, especially the Trump campaign
hold on.
Since Kamala Harris.
I think so. YouTube's live.
That she has been skirting interviews. That she has.
I think. I mean, obviously, Twitch is live.
But she hasn't been doing.
I'm gonna go into the. Why do I have?
That he's constantly talking to the press and taking these questions. This has been a central criticism that he has been waging against Kamala Harris. So now for her
That's
to
weird.
sit down and do that 60-minute
All right.
interview, and for him to not.
Jonas
anymore,
Cup
I think that blunts
was a
that
time.
criticism.
I'll say. I'll mute the. I'll mute this other thing for now, so we can just focus on the puzzles for at least like another 2 hours. Yeah. I'm. All right, Wiley. All right. So Jonas Cup was fun. I had a good time. I feel like it was one of the more smoother experiences in terms of oh, you didn't. Oh, of course it wanted that one. It was one of the smoother travel experiences that I've had. Knowing that I think what is my third time traveling alone. Kinda, no, second. Oh well. The puzzles are just like gambling, bro. But yeah, like that's not it either. I knew it. I'd burn. Yeah. What was it? So like Thursday morning, I basically didn't sleep. Like after the packing stream, I just straight up didn't sleep. Like I just sat and watched YouTube shorts or something for like 4 or 5 hours. and just waited until like my dad was up to drive me to the airport. And what's it? I mean, it was a good. Oh, what was it? Oh, sure. I was close. That's so dumb. But we head to the airport. I go there. Like, I'm pretty early. I can't really remember what really happened. I just remember, like, I was like, oh fuck, how do I do this again? I go through here. I know I don't need my passport because it's just a domestic flight. Show them my ID. I walk in and etc. Nothing too much happened really, except that something funny happened going to the connecting flight that I had. So from Houston, I would go to the plan was going to Vegas and then to Portland. But on the way to, I think, what was it? Yeah, on the way to Portland, I actually bumped into one of my college friends. Damn it. I bumped into, oh, actually, why? Okay. Yeah, I bumped into one of my college friends. But during the Vegas flight, I didn't like I passed them on the plane, like boarding, because they were in like one of like the more, they were in the seats near the front. And so I walked past them and we kind of looked at each other, but it was that sort of like, I don't want them to know that I'm staring at them, to like be like, do I know you kind of thing. And so we kind of did that, like kind of shaky, like look back. And I should have just been like, you know, it was that one. I should have just been like, was it the other one? Oh, fair enough. That's actually really good. Ooh. And then I sat back in my seat, like near the back of the plane. I sit down and I'm like, I don't know if that was my friend. I have no idea if that was my friend or some other person, because they had actually cut their hair. They used to have like longer hair and like past the neck, but it was more like kind of where I was, maybe a little bit shorter. And so I was like, I have no idea if that was like a random person or not. Oh yeah, Bella got your TikToks too, Wiley, which is really funny. Hello, Winter. And but yeah, so basically throughout the whole Vegas flight, I'm like, maybe, I don't know. And so when we get off the plane, I knew that they were like already near the front, so they were gonna get out first. And so I tried to fast walk to try and catch up to them. But like after leaving like the specific terminal we were in, there's no way, right? Fair enough. But after leaving the terminal that we were in, I was like, damn, I think I lost him. And so I made like one final ditch effort to text him on like the one platform I know I can text them by, which was freaking GroupMe. And I texted him like, you didn't take a flight today, right? Like there's no way in hell this is what's gonna be happening, right? And so I texted him, and they're like, so that was you. And I was like, oh my fucking god, it was them. And then we keep texting like, all right, where are you? And it's like, oh, I'm at this terminal. And I realized the terminal that they said was also the one that I needed to go to, or rather the gate. because what was happening was that they were going to they were moving universities from here to one of the Portland universities. And so like, oh, okay. That's cool. So like we're both just on the same Spirit flight. The same couple of Spirit flights going to Portland for different reasons, unfortunately. I wish that it was like, oh yeah, I'm going to the Portland Retro Gaming Center to watch Tetris, and it's like, nah, that would have been a bit too hopeful. What are the actual chances of that though? Fucking 0.1% probably, but yeah, I think like near the front of the gate, I found them and we just started talking. We're like, so what the fuck have you been doing? Like, yeah, so moving universities, what's your major? I was like, oh, I'm doing this. Like, oh yeah, you changed like majors like 3 times and shit. But yeah, no, like it was pretty cool to see them hanging around. They were probably gonna be there, one final time. Like the circuit. Oh my goodness, Deck. And yeah, so we I don't think we said bye to each other. I think it was another case of like on the Vegas to Portland flight, they had also sat in the front, so I was just kind of moseying on in the background, so we never got a chance to say goodbye really. But we got off the plane, and I think what was happening was that I think as soon as I got off the plane, oh yeah, Zembro and I tried to make plans to like eat some stuff while Scratchy was coming around, or along with Scratchy, but I think Scratchy's plane took a bit too long on the runway to unboard. So what happened was, I come off the plane, I see Zempro, we pull a pog face towards each other, we point at each other and pog at each other, and then like he doesn't he actually tells me to like be quiet a little bit, like he tells me to shush, or like he does like the hand motion, right? And he points over to like my right, and I look over, and it's Fractal and NGC Man. And I don't think they know that Zempra and I are there, but like we slowly walk up to them. I try to scare Fractal. Of course, he doesn't get jump scared. And they look over to us, and we give each other a hug and stuff. And GC's like, oh, did you just like come off the plane like right in front of us? And I was like, well, I did, yeah. I'm trying to remember what specifically happened after that. I just know that I think I think Zempro, Fractal, and NGC Man went to just go down to the luggage carousel and get their shit while I waited for Scratchy, who was coming about like literally like 10 to 15 minutes later. Pogging you is a special honor that only a handful get to have. Hi, Mr. Alleged Gooner. Oh my goodness. Hi AV. Yeah, what was it? Yeah, I wait in front of Scratchy's gate, and I'm looking at Scratchy's plane. It was like an Alaskan Airlines plane. It was like a little small one. It moseys on up to like kind of where in front of me, right? It doesn't like it doesn't park to where like you could have like the sky bridge attached to it. It's like a bit further off and like pointed like to the side of me, and it just kind of sat there. And I'm wondering like, oh, is it because like no one can like get ready for the plane to come in? Is that why it's just kind of stuck there? It's just waiting for people to have it ready. And basically, yeah, I waited like another 10 to 15 minutes, and finally like another a group of people like I think like one or two people came through the sky bridge to like try and set that up, and a couple people like were on the ground below me, and like they started getting the plane ready, and then finally the plane turns in. You know, they start unloading. There's a fucking loud ass kid that like was near the front of the line and finally came was one of the first people to come out. So I hear that kid fucking screaming along with his parents, and then a few minutes later I see Scratchy come off, and I ask him like, so was that kid screaming like the whole flight? And they're like, yeah. Yeah. The multitasker, multi-monitor, okay. Everyone knows the copy pasta by now, unfortunately. I'd have to... okay. Fair enough. Oh, okay. So yeah, we meet. I think we go down to the luggage carousel to get Scratchy's luggage. We find in the meantime, while I was waiting for Scratchy though, I was looking, I think I forget in which chat, but I remember I think Zempro being like, oh, NGC Man doesn't have their luggage yet. And so I think we just left him there. And so by the time me and Scratchy came down, NGC Man was still there and was waiting with like 3 or 4 other people for their bags. And so we were like, oh, uh-oh, man, I hope you get it. Oh my goodness. It is a command. We made it a command like 1 or 2 streams ago. Yeah, so we were kind of like, yeah, good luck, man, to NGC, and we walk off towards the metro line, because the new metro line can take us from the airport to the convention center, which is where we're probably going to take an Uber to our Airbnb. And so we get to the metro, and actually NGC Man finds his luggage in time, and that before the next train car comes around, we get on. You could actually like you could use your card, and it basically acts like your pass. Like you scan it, and it's like, all right, it's valid until so and so hours after you scanned it. And it was really cool. I wish I hope we have that type of system soon. What's it? We get on the train. We got on this little light rail thing. And it was me, Scratchy, and NGC Man. We were talking about like, who do you think's gonna, at least make it pretty far, right? I think NGC Man had his pick of like 6 people. I think we had the misinformation of like, oh, we think Tristop's gonna be there. It's either Tristop or I misheard him and he actually said Trisky. Which are both valid top 8 picks. I think we guessed like Sharky, Matt Martin, Fractal, Andy, Dog, and then Tristop. If not Tristop, Trisky. And I think those were like a very solid... Ow. Those were solid picks for like for a top 8. If not top 16. Depending on how bracket goes. And for the most part, we were pretty on par. But I won't get to that part yet. So, it was a pretty long day for me. I set my backpack down behind me. While my suitcase was in front of me. And so we get to the convention center. All 3 of us leave. NGC Man decides I think he was just trying to catch up to Fractal and everyone to be like, just to go to the hotel. Me and Scratchy, I had to get the little volunteer pass just in case I need to come in for Thursday work stuff. Hello, Sloan. This is a this is one of the more weirder streams that we have, by the way. You'll find out in like a couple hours. But so yeah, I come off the train. We walk a little bit towards the convention center, and like there's like a dip in the stairs, and then like you eventually get into like one of the entrances there. Right before I walk down those set of stairs, I basically kind of feel like I think I'm a bit lighter today. Like you know, like I don't feel, I feel like there's something missing from me. And I pat my back, like I'm patting my sides, and I'm like, I just left my backpack on the light rail. And yeah, I didn't, thankfully I didn't have like a panic attack or whatever. Like I feel like every time I've lost stuff, I've usually kept my cool like really well. Like it didn't like phase me. It was just like here we go again. I've lost another thing that's very important. And I feel like it should have hit harder this time because, for one, what's in it was my wallet, my driver's license, which has my driver's license and card, my laptop, which has all my streaming stuff, which, you know, I couldn't be streaming what you know, see right now if I didn't have it. My controller, my glove, my Crizio cart, and just literally everything was in this backpack. Okay? Like, it had everything. So sorta kinda, when I said like my whole life, that I lost my whole life in the Discord, in the CTWC Discord, I wasn't kidding. I did not, I wasn't kidding that I lost everything when I lost that bag. And so I immediately was like, alright. Cause I wish that I had realized either sooner, because I could have like hailed down the light rail and be like, whoa, wait, stop. I didn't get my bag. Or like, you know, cause like I had already walked like a good 5 to 10 minutes before realizing that. And so that freaking train's already gone. And so I had to bum rush, you know, call the lost and found of this place, you know, just immediately report like, hey, there's a lost bag that I just lost on this exact train. Please find it. And so I'm just, you know, I'm coping fucking hard during this whole shit. Pretty much 5 minutes, like 5 to 10 minutes after. Thankfully, I didn't lose it everything. You'll see. So Scratchy and I think I was just like, all right, my shit's gone. We'll do the thing that we came here to do, and then head back to the Airbnb, and then we'll see what we do. I get the badge. It was like a little red wristband thing, like the little sticky paper bands that you can't fucking take off. And so we do that. After I got that, we actually ran into Gilbert and Kyle. And I forget if John was there too, but I remember specifically Gilbert and Kyle, and I was like, no. We met up, we caught up a little bit. Cool to see them doing this event too, instead of just doing the LA stuff. We get an Uber, and actually by the time we get into our Uber, I see Fractal and NGC Man just coming around the corner and try to be like, oh, where's the thing where you get the badges from? And I'd be like, oh, over there, up the ramp, and blah blah blah. And so we go to our Airbnb. I'm in a weird state of like, not exhaustion, but just like, it was definitely a kind of cope. That like, I'm not just like frazzled out of my mind, but I am definitely coping right now that I just lost my bag. But Scratchy actually treats me to this Japanese restaurant nearby our Airbnb, and it was really nice. There was like some cool Japanese artwork and stuff. And if you want to see like all the pictures that I took on this trip, I have it linked. I posted all of them in the Discord, which you can go to by joining there. And you can see all of those pictures in the photography channel. Send that voice message thing. You already got the luggage packed when you actually. Oh, probably. I actually don't remember. I'll look back at it. But yeah, so we go to the restaurant. I order I didn't want to order too much, so I actually order like another brothless ramen, which I also had at LA. But this restaurant had like a different take on it, and it was still good. It was really nice. I loved the shit out of it. Scratchy had like chicken karage for the first time in a couple years, because they actually used to have that. They actually used to have that during like before the pandemic, where they used to work, but since the pandemic they couldn't get that along with their work buddies, and so that was cool. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Cairo Shan. Yup, I can say things. We're getting it back. Right. Okay. I think I know when that was then. If you remind me what time it was in PST, I can probably pinpoint what we were doing. But yeah, we had kind of like a late dinner. Let's do another puzzle while this is happening. There you go. And what do we do after that? I know that I think we just went home and just settled down. Tried to figure out what to do. I couldn't get into my luggage actually, because the key to my other suitcase was also in the backpack, so I just couldn't change. I couldn't do it. I couldn't like freshen up. I couldn't like do anything for the next morning. And so the next day comes around. Oh right, we went to Safeway. That's why I remember. Like we went somewhere Thursday night, and we did something that night. So yeah, we went for groceries that Thursday at a Safeway. But yeah, cut to Friday. I'm still kind of in like that coping mood of like, man, this is not great. But then I think I was like chilling on like the couch watching the TV because they had Roku, and I was watching like some anime channels that they had, and the Lost and Found calls me, and they're like, yeah, so we found your bag. We called earlier, I think, but you weren't there. So I'm like, oh my god, what? Thank you. We'll be there right away. Yeah. And so I like nearly completely lost it. I was like, I was like freaking not screaming, thank God, but like I would have if I could. But they said they found it. I was so glad. This was like 10 in the morning. We get ready. We get the Uber to this place. On the Uber ride there, we were basically, because we had to input where we were going, and so like the driver's like, all right, so like, did you lose something? And it's like, oh yeah, just like a whole backpack, you know, like just a whole thing. And he basically just tells me like, all right, so here's what you gotta do. Number one, and like this driver has a thing with this, like, number one, the reason why you put your backpack loop, you know, through your leg was that yada yada yada. Number two, and it goes through like a bunch of shit. I'm like, yeah, yep, thank you. I realize a lot of these reasons. Yep. And then I think we tangentially like go on to like, you know, why we put like shampoo and all those like toiletry stuff in like bags. And then he's like, number one, here's why, what's it? Here's why you put shit in, you know, Ziploc bags. Number one, so they, like, additionally, on top of, so they don't explode in your bag, is so you don't get to buy a new bag. Like, okay, man. Hey, Toka. But you couldn't get there because you didn't have a wallet? So, no, Scratchy, I think, paid for it as well. Scratchy had been keeping track of like all the things that we were buying for me to like pay back later, and so Scratchy bought this Uber as well. What's it? Hold on. And yeah, we get there. Does it start in like 3 minutes, by the way? How long have we been going? It's like 30 minutes. No, I swear it's like an hour and a half, right? Or am I tripping? I don't remember. Hi, Enscalite. Third max CTM qual just now. GG's. But yeah, we get to the place. Driver tells us to not lose my shit. I'm like, all right, I won't lose my shit. I'll put the fucking loop through my leg so I don't lose the bag. And it was another thing. It's like, yeah, for people to steal stuff from your bag, they would have to do it with me noticing. And so there you go. But yeah, we get to the place. We get my bag. We order another Uber. I pay for the Uber to the convention center. And yeah, so I get there. I talk to Reed, talk to Burb, and everyone's like, oh my god, I'm having a fun time. And they were like, oh, so you didn't find your bag? I'm like, yeah, we just found our bag this morning. And they're like, oh my god, I now I can finally tell the lost identity jokes. Because like it wouldn't feel as good if you like still lost your bag. The background is more visible than the actual game. Yeah, I haven't figured out how to deal with that. I think I know, actually. Excuse me. And I think it's because of the Luma. Yeah. I have to like turn up the gamma here just a little bit. Turn up the saturation, maybe. Monka lost identity jokes. Yeah, no, like they were in the Jonas Cup chat because I think I announced it in chat to be like, the lost and found it, or we're getting it, or I got my bag, it's fine and everything. So there were so many people telling me like, oh my god, they were feeling so hard for me, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. Now, later on, I think this was during the after party that Harry actually heard about this, probably from Reed, and he's like, dude, I thought that bag was gone for good. Like, there was no chance that that bag was ever gonna come back because, for one, it was lost in public transport. And two, it's a fucking backpack. And like, it had so many chances to be stolen. And it didn't. It like survived until it got picked up by the lost and found. Which was crazy. But stealing fucking shit. I don't care. I'm tired. I'm hungry, man. Oh my god. Like, I'm literally at the point where, like, a lot of the events are starting to become a blur now. Thank god. I was gonna say it better be that. Like, succeeded. No, I rolled a natural 20, dude, in getting my bag back. What? Bag back? Yep, I said it right. Good. And, what was it? So I get my bag back, we take the Uber back, we meet up, and I'm basically on cam duty. Like, I help set up the cams for CT2. I set up the audio. Hopefully CT2's audio was alright. I think I literally barely touched anything. I think Zempro helped out a little bit after the fact, but I know I set up specifically the mic, or I added a mic. I think Zempro added like a global mic, and so that was all that fun OBS bullshittery. But we got that going. Hopefully that sounded good. Think we Zempro and I helped set up cameras as well, which was fun. And I was basically like in and out, like setting up the cameras for whenever like a new set of people came in, for qualifiers, or no, this was for the side events. Oh god, the side events. I think literally like King paired me with NGC man like the night prior, or like, yeah, like the night prior or a couple nights beforehand. I don't think I knew what my mind meld team was yet. I think I literally like sniped AV Geek's team. I think they initially had Red Shirt, but then Red Shirt switched to like another team. And so, like, I was there instead. And, I forget if we won a match or not. Or, like, no, I think we were just paired with Hana and Knight. And, like, that was just skull moment, because I think they made it to, like, the semis. Like, they were really good for a mind meld. Dude, I was in Portland, Maine last week, and D-Rob let me think I was in the same city as you guys for 12 hours till I figured it out. No. Yeah, no, it was cool meeting D-Rob. He was a little quiet. Didn't do much. but just watched. I think we were both busy, but we did. I think Sharky and I managed to say hi and shake hands. Who won relay? I don't remember, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was the Fractal Scooty meme team and everyone. I wouldn't be surprised, but they might have made like finals or something. That's all I really saw. I didn't really keep track. No, the day Trophy team lost. Okay, good. Because I was like, I feel like I don't think they won, but I don't remember how far they went. But they might have gone to finals at least. But they lost to someone else. I don't know who it was. Let's see. That's, oh, thank God. I was to say maybe flat over left could have worked, but okay. I got lucky here. Yeah, no, I feel like I was just chilling on Friday. It was very like a, check in on CT2, see if everything's all right, come back to the crowd, talk to people. I forget if we met the kid yet. I don't think we met the kid yet. No, that was Saturday. So yeah, I think I was just bouncing around, like, in the front, in the back, maybe talking to Scratchy, who was off to like try to explore all the convention stuff. Yeah, no, Friday was pretty nice. It was pretty chill. I saw the game crash happened live. I saw it in progress. I was like, all right. I looked over at the CT3 station, which was like off to the side. But like I think Bidwell set up like the webcam to like look at it, and so I was like, okay, yeah, this shit needs to be turned down so much, but I couldn't find a way to do it, at least in like the color correction filters, because like every time I tried to turn down like the gamma and stuff, like you could just tell like the game is just way too overexposed. Like you cannot bring anything from that. Excuse me. So, I can't remember what we did Friday night. What did we do Friday night? Cause Saturday night was the Vietnamese place. Friday night, oh my goodness, I don't remember. I don't know if we went out anywhere for Friday. We probably did. I think I'd have to ask someone. Actually, no. Let me ask. Let me ask Scratchy. What do we do? What did we do Friday night? Yeah. So I guess that happened. Oh no! Wait. If it was modern, I could do that spin, but it was the other one. Fuck! I knew it. I double guessed. What we do every night, Mari. Try to exploit the working class. That is definitely what happened. That is definitely what I was doing on Friday night. It was, so Saturday morning happens. We go to this Thai place. It's really cool. So like Portland doesn't have like this sort of brick and mortar vibe to some of their restaurants. Like you will never see like a wooden shack selling food in Houston. Like you don't see that here, like where I am. But in Portland, you know, you just, I think we could, it was near our place enough to where we would just, we would walk there, and, I never had pad thai before, so I was like, all right, I'll try pad thai, and it's really good. It was really nice. But we walk up to this like wooden shack, we order our stuff, the tables near it were like a little wet, so we had to like wipe it down a bit. But yeah, we had that. I didn't really finish it actually. I only finished like half of my pad thai because like it was heavy. So like I couldn't eat too much of it. And so I basically took it with me to the convention center. But then like I basically lost my pad thai after that. Like after the getting through registration, I basically lost it because I forgot that I think I set it down in the bag check. And then what made me forget about my food was that because I actually didn't I didn't pay for a badge, like the ones where you get with like the video game Wizards logo and stuff. I didn't buy one of those because I was told that I didn't need to pay for one. I just needed to get like my little red wristband thing. And so I go up to the table and I was like, hey, I'm a volunteer for the Tetris thing. And they're like, ooh, I don't know about that. Let me go ask the people over there at the Tetris area because they usually do their own thing. And I'm like, all right. So I wait. They get Vince over and they bring in a couple extra red wristbands to give to people. And so I get let in. And so I'm okay. And yeah, Saturday begins, you know, quals start happening. Is my network okay? Probably. Oh yes, 12 minutes until Tetris time. I'm so excited. But yeah, like I think I keep doing my same thing. I do audio, I do cams. Ninja was around actually and helped do some stuff. I think I commentated the first qual slot with Ninja on CT2. Then I kind of had a little bit of a break, still checked in on the cams and stuff. And then my third qual slot came up, and that's when I started to qual. Now the funny thing, I think if y'all were watching the stream that day, a few minutes into the qual session, the fire alarm started up again. And I was like, hey, no way, this is happening again. I'm going to lose it. And so my freaking gorilla ass brain was like, I am not ending the game that I am playing right now because I have a 700k, 600k, 700k on 22. And I'm going to play this shit out even if like a fucking fire is like 10 feet in front of me. And so I did, and I get a 920,000 after a missed shift on 28. That killed my game. Which I need to tally. Because I haven't done that yet. Where is it? Here we are. 102. And so, yeah, and that was my highest scoring game out of the whole qual session. We spent a little bit of time outside. Scratchy and I got separated, and I think I had to like wrangle them back over to where all the Tetris players were. And then we hung out for a little bit in the shade. Then we finally went back in. Obviously, I'm kind of worried about like how everyone's going to be doing. After that little hiccup, because that might have like thrown some people off. Yeah, even though commentators were saying to top out the games there, I'm like, dude, if I feel like I didn't check the VOD yet, but you can probably hear me pop off within the VOD. Like if you heard like a yes, like in the very back or something, that was me. Getting that 920. And apparently I think Dog thought like, oh, that was like someone that didn't get a good game, or that I didn't get a really good game. And I was like, no, nope, that was me in celebration. Fuck you, I am on good pace. And yeah, I would have top out on 750. Honestly, that would have been so me. That's such a me thing to do. Like, I'm on good pace. I'm on 22. I'm going to play this out. And then I top out. But I think what was happening was that, like, I am going to finish this game no matter what the hell happens. And I was I was locked in. I wanted to prove that, like, I could get a good game out of this no matter what, even if a fire alarm happens. And I did. And I was really happy about it. Got to number 4. We cooked. I'm done for real. Oh my goodness. Let's go. And yeah, so third qual session ended. Then the brackets were, released and everything. Oh right, the kid happened. The very young 8-year-old and his family tried to get in for the third qual session, but again, he was too young, and so, unfortunately, and they also didn't have a lot of space, and so what was basically happening was that they allowed the crash screen to be removed so the kid can play on it, and he was putting up good numbers. He was Oh, is the stream bugging? I believe that's because of the Wi-Fi. There's been some dips here and there. It's not dipping right now, but a little bit ago I remember it dipping a bit. So yeah. What was it? And yeah, he did all right. Him and his family hanging around at the convention was really fun. I think like during one of the moments on Saturday, like I went up to him and I was like, "Wait, do you like know me? Like do you know me at all?" And he was like, you're Mary or Mari, right?" I'm like, and I was like, "Oh my god. Oh, that feels so weird. Oh, this kid knows me. Oh, that's super weird." And then like I went to Burb, and like I brought him over, and I went and I said to the kid, "So like, do you know this guy?" And he was like, "I think so." And I gave him a little hint, and I was like, "Yeah, he's the dude that runs Monday Night Mayhem." And he was like, "Oh, I thought you were Rhubarb." And me, Nima, and Burb, I think we all busted into laughter right then and there. Like, I'm like hooking onto fucking Burb. Like, we were fucking, I'm doubled over and shit, because it was hilarious. "Are you the same Mari that was at CTWC DAS? What the fuck? Hey, Vandy." Yeah, I was. A little bit. Oh, is it? Or is the thing starting yet? I have no idea. Oh, they might take a commercial break, but I'll get the... Let me turn up the volume just in case. If we count Jonas Cup as CTWC DAS. Oh my god.
I had progressively.
Oh, it's in an hour. Thank God. I was like, ain't no way it starts like right now. I swear it was in like another hour. So yeah, I still get to yap. Okay. So like Saturday just kind of feels like a blur just because of just kind of like what I was doing. I was just kind of, again, going back to the cams and audio, coming back into the crowd and interacting with people, overhearing like what people are thinking and like being like, oh yeah, you know, I know that dude, you know, and they're pretty cool. Yeah, you know, Jonas was cool. Yeah, I didn't know him, but yeah, he was pretty cool. I don't know if we ever found out about who pulled the alarm. I didn't hear about if like anything like triggered it or not. I need to shut down Kaspersky. This is actually getting annoying. There we go. I hope that kills it. It was Jamal Bowman. Probably. It sounds like something people do to get out of the finals. I mean, I don't know if it was I don't know if it was intentional yet. Cause it was during like quals. So like what benefit was there to like doing that other than like maybe to like tank some people? Which it didn't do too much of. So, you know. Yeah, I don't know if it was one of us. I don't think it was us. If anything, it was like maybe the kitchen that was there. It was Vince. Oh my goodness. Bomb threat in high school during finals week. I don't think we had too much of a shooting scare yet. Acting like I'm still in high school. Yeah, I don't think we had like an evacuation. I know like there were like some murmurs about like some threats, but I don't think we had to evacuate the school for that stuff. But yeah, like that alarm continued for a while. Oh. Log in, please. Did it freeze? Nope. Okay. Oh, a server restart. Okay. Well, but yeah, Saturday was kind of a blur. I remember facing Peter, which at the time I forgot. I didn't know that was Munas. I thought those were two separate things, but apparently they were they are the same person. I didn't know that Peter did not go by that name. Sometimes, but now I do. And played him. Won. Network is struggling a bit, so bear with me. And what's it? And then I faced Scooty. And I think a lot of people kind of knew what happened when I went against Scooty. But I'll say that it was oh my goodness. It was pretty funny. So again, as people of this stream know, I have the command Mari ... which is very ubiquitous. It is it is one of the most widespread commands I have ever seen, and it happens so quickly, and I guess everyone loves it now. And like, don't get me wrong, I am not personally offended by everyone saying it. I think it's really funny if you use it the right way, and Saturday was no exception. Oh, okay, they're still restarting. And so so after winning round 0, I was like, okay, literally everything after this point, I straight up don't care, or I'm literally going to fry my brain trying to put up so much expectation for myself. Like, I if anything, I did want to try to put up a fight, but I was also like, it's Scooty. I'm having fun up here. I'm talking with Scooty. Fractal was commentating alongside Vandy. Like, I'm having a good time talking, you know? Like, I'm not really caring about what happens after this. It probably impacted my DAS elo, but I don't give a shit about that. And so Fractal makes it's probably my fault during he makes the joke during game 3, right? We're not going to talk about like the game 1 early top. That was just me kind of like shaking out the nerves and stuff, and which I did for game 2, and I was pretty proud of that one. Game 3, Fractal makes the joke. Now, to people's, I don't know if this was a misconception about what happened, but as they were trying, as Fractal starts to talk about my game, I look back and I basically made, like, in 9 out of 10 circumstances, the move I made would have been fine. It's just that I didn't realize the next piece was an S piece. Or rather, I didn't realize the consequences of the next piece being an S piece were, you know? Because as soon as I misdropped, I placed the L, but then as soon as I did that, I realized I had no place for this S piece. And so what happened was that it was just a cascade of like, oh, my board's just fucked from here. Like, there was literally basically no way to get out of that without me basically switching to rolling. And so I early top again, but what didn't distract me was Fractal saying it's all my fault. But like, I knew he said that, but in my brain, as I was topping out, I'm like, oh, it's gonna be really funny if I just start beefing with Fractal after this top out. And so I did. I kind of don't remember what I really said. Like, it kind of came out a bit like, you know, blah, blah. I know I said, it's all your fault, Fractal, for one of the first ones I said. And then I'm getting my lawyers for, like, one of the last things I said. Because I think I fumbled upon, like, some of the on the middle sentences there. And so, yeah, that happened. And so, actually, what y'all couldn't see on the stream was that after our game, obviously, Scooty tried to mull it, and I was like, we should probably not do that since there are other matches coming up. And so, Scooty still wanted to watch Sharky go against Kirby. So what we did was that, I think after the cameras got us off, we actually sat down right behind our chairs. Like, we sat down like right under the projector, and then we just looked at Sharky's and Kirby's TV screens, and we just sat there watching, and it was pretty cool. I think I needed to get like I forget if I needed to like get a drink of water or something. Like, I know I left at some point to do something, and then came back. And then as I was coming back, actually, that's when the second clip of me and Fractal happened, because Fractal came back on and was like, I've reflected upon my actions, and I'd like to apologize to Mari. And I'm like standing there coming back from whatever I was doing, and I'm like, I guess I'll just do the bit again because I think it was pretty funny. And I just start yelling, "I swear to God." Fractal goes, "Love you too, buddy." Ah! And my voice is still recovering from that day, by the way. Like, I've been slowly recovering since then. And so after that, I start making my way towards like where I was sitting, behind Sharky and Kirby, and you can even kind of hear actually that Vandy started talking about me winning the taco bracket at Lone Star, and when he did that, I did a little like little weird scream, very much in the background, but you can hear me do that. That was me. As I was like kind of crouching down under the projector screens. And yeah, so we sat there. It was funny too. We had both Scooty and we had Wiley's stream pulled up, and I had already had Wiley's stream pulled up on my phone during my match with Scooty, but I was still watching Wiley, who was watching Sharky and Kirby play. And oh my god, this dude was so scared. This dude had like, bro was reacting to like every weird placement that happened. Like, oh my god. It was so funny. And yeah. That game happened. Bro nearly lost. Like, I think it was like another 2-1 situation for Kirby, but then Sharky pulled through. Which was scary. And then when that game finished, you know, I think Sharky and I hugged it out a bit, and we went back to our little seats, and you know, we did whatever. And yeah, no, the day was really long. But at least it was only doing the round of 32, and just getting through all of those matches, which was surprisingly, we surprisingly went through all of those, even after the fire alarm. I'm trying to remember. So yeah, I think Sharky, eventually went around and was like, or at least I think he said to me, at least, was like, "Hey, do you want to come to my Vietnamese restaurant yearly tradition of going to this Vietnamese restaurant and getting something?" And I was like, "All right, sure." We even got Scooty to come along. You can even, I think you can see some of that in like some of Sharky's pictures. We also met this cosplayer who went there. I think for Saturday, she cosplayed as Raven from Teen Titans, and then on Sunday she went as I think it was some form of like the skimpy Velma outfit. What was it? But yeah, Saturday night we went to this Vietnamese restaurant. I had pho. It was great. No complaints. We took up like 2 tables in like the outdoor patio, and they it had space heaters too, so it was really nice against like the cold wind. I remember me, Scratchy, Scooty, his mom, and I think Nima were at my table, and then Sharky, DDT, Timmy Kim, Danny, and Sergio were on the other table, the one that does the Tetris anthem and stuff. Who were also later joined by that cosplayer. That cosplayer was actually, I think, was also a YouTube watcher. And I think also knew me. Oh, I think Oh, I completely forgot. Okay, Scratchy just reminded me what happened on Friday. We went to Denny's. A large group of us went to Denny's on Friday night. Jesus Christ, no wonder. What was funny is that while we were there, I saw that Rika was also playing some Tetris in her VC, and so it was a really funny idea for me to join her VC and be like, "Hey, man, it'd be really cool if you got that 500K soon." And then Sharky joins the VC and is like, "If you get 500K before we leave the Denny's, you get $10." Spoiler alert: she did not get the 500K. She got close though. I believe she like missed her PB by like 1,000 points, which was really funny. She really needs to play 18, man. She needs to like really flesh that out. And when she gets that, she's gonna be unstoppable. But yeah, like I think Fractal and I ordered like the same patty melt. I could only finish like one piece before I was like, holy shit, this is too full. I can't. This is too much. And so like I think Fractal was like, can I have the remaining piece? And I'm like, sure, dude, have everything, man. Have everything. And so like he fucking gobbled that fucking shit up, dude. It was crazy. And yeah, I think I got home. Yeah, I went to the Airbnb at like midnight that night. Then Saturday happened and everything. Saturday night was the pho stuff. While we were at the patio, I remember Scooty got out like the little mod retro thing that he used to beat Logan Paul earlier this year. And it was really interesting. It was really interesting playing that. I'll admit it's pretty good. I like it. It had a little bit of heft to it. Like it wasn't too heavy. It was a nice, you had a nice grip on it. You can it took a little bit of getting used to try and play on the controls, because I needed to get used to like pressing up for the hard drop again. And yeah, no, that was pretty fun. Scratchy and Scooty's mom got to talk a little bit, while Scooty and I and Nima talked a bit. It was pretty fun. It was nice. It was a pretty nice ending to a very late evening. Then Sunday happened. I was once again doing cams and audio for CT2. I kind of eventually gave up on doing that and just let Ninja handle it. In weapons manufacturing or something crazy? Yes, sir. Yup. And in fact, that dude had a Trump fundraiser that CTWC Saturday, like the following day after we were doing the thing, he held that either that weekend or like within the week, after that CTWC Friday. So that was great. That was great talking over the breakfast table at like IHOP on Saturday morning. Yeah, I think I played on it. I liked it. I'll stick with my GBC. Thanks. Yeah, no, I can imagine. I know that there are like some other Game Boy like emulator hardware stuff, like other probably less morally bankrupt methods of getting a modern Game Boy. But I think I can play. I think I can play this now. Oh, oops. Let me do that. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's still down. All right. I think they're talking about it. Yeah, people are talking about it being down. Yeah, no, like I can appreciate the mod retro thing for what it is. Like it still felt good to play on. Like they're, you know, I'm not giving them any money while playing on it, so that's good. I think I got like a 305K on it. But that was just me like trying to get used to the thing. And so, yeah, no, that was pretty fun. We talked a bit more, then everyone headed off for the night. Sunday starts. CT2 cams and audio and stuff. I was still kind of roaming around everywhere, trying to see like what to do. You know, talking with people, talking about, especially when like top 16, top 8 came down. Seeing Sharky and Trisky happen from the back of the room, actually, because I was with Xenophilius. I was or what was it, Xenoboots, as Sasha put it as their name. And I was like, you know, I was hanging out with them as well as Vince. Vince was also in the back talking to us. All of that stuff kind of was like a blur because it was just like talking, hanging out here, hanging out there, getting like a soda from like the back with like a $50 cup or something, which was crazy. There were some like cool shorts that Scratchy and I saw, but like I don't think we didn't have time to try and buy those. Oh god, I don't know where to start for Sunday because it was all like pretty fast. I remember hugging AV when she lost, but like I think that was like a really good set, so she wasn't sad. Like I think she was pretty proud of herself going up against Andy like that. And I think her interview was really nice. She expressed herself very well. What else happened? I think like one of the bigger moments that I remember actually was or that like I feel good talking about was Ninja was in charge of the camera in the front of the 2 players when it eventually came down to like 2 players battling out and such. Because there, like, the setup was like you had like the commentators kind of near like the middle. You have like a camera pointed directly at them. Below that camera was like a big TV that the commentators used to like look at the games instead of like watching the game on like a very dim projector screen. And behind those was me with my camera on like a dolly, and I was basically like, you know, whenever, you know, they do anything, whenever like the players like pop off and such, I was basically in charge to try and keep them in frame. Or at least that's what Ninja was in charge of. It was either like that stuff or get some like audience reaction. I think you saw me at like one point like cutting away from like a fractal mullen, which by the way wasn't on specifically like Ninja. It's always like the technical director to like choose which camera to cut to. But yeah, like the camera that did that, I got on because Ninja had to leave for his flight later that night. And so I basically was in charge of that camera during the finals, which was really cool, like, cause I was very familiar with what these guys were basically saying in my headphones. I just had to adjust to like, you know, what their system was, or like what, because basically they had like headset mics, which to like activate you would just like pull down, and then when you're done with it you just flip it up. And so I needed to get used to that. But after that, it was pretty nice. Is really cool. Filming those Fractal and Scooty in the finals. I enjoyed it immensely. I felt like I was really helping out with something with that, and I hope I get to do more events like that eventually again. So yeah, spoiler alert, Fractal won. I don't care. Like, they're on YouTube. It's not spoilers for me, so I'm gonna talk about it. Fractal won. Scooty barely lost. Really close. It was a long day. People weren't probably performing their best by that time, and so that happened. I was holding the camera for when Kingsman interviewed both Scooty and Fractal. And it was really nice framing that. And then after stream ended, we set up shop. We took down everything. We took down as much as we could, at least. And then we all went to the after party, which involved a group of us. I think it was me, Scratchy, Hana, and Nia. Yeah. So there's like a little group of us going over. And yeah, we had a good time there. There was a lot. Kid was also there. They went to... People brought a couple TVs over there, and so they started playing. Kid wanted to play everyone, man. He wanted to have a match with everyone. And most of us kept beating him. Not like, yeah, like mostly like 3-0, 3-1 type of stuff. Like, he wasn't there yet, but he eventually could. I know for a fact that he could. Just needs to work on his 19. Like, I think he learned to quick tap like that day. Like that day, or like the day before, like on Saturday. And like he was already like figuring out how to use it, and it was so cool seeing that happen in front of me. And so what's it? So yeah, we played a bunch of games there. I had hop water for the first time, and if anyone knows what hop water is, I think Scratchy explained it to me that like it was I need to do that. There we go. It's basically like really watered down beer. And so I tasted that for the first time, and it's like this shit sucks. This shit is so ass. Like and I didn't buy it myself actually, because after what happened with Fractal on Saturday, he wanted to buy me a drink on Sunday. And so he tried to buy me a drink, and it was the hop water one. And I was like, man, this doesn't taste good. this is not good at all. And so I threw that in the trash. I eventually got like a Coca-Cola bottle. And that was pretty good. I tried to figure out how to set up the anime watch party. It took a little bit. We thought, maybe like for one 22-minute episode, it probably wasn't worth going to like, Fractal's hotel room to watch it all. We found a little cubby hole in the back of the bar where we could maybe watch it, but the Wi-Fi didn't reach the back of there, so we had to find another place. And so Fractal and I just kind of settled on watching it on the table, like high above where everyone else was. And I just basically turned up my speakers enough to where like you could hear it. And it was pretty good. We watched the new Junji Ito adaptation of his story Uzumaki. I don't know if you would call it a manga. I feel like I should probably call it a manga. I think it's long enough to call it a manga. Yeah, no, it was great. I hope I could get to watch it again. Cause I need to watch it for like all the sound design and stuff. But yeah, that was fun. I think I had a really good experience overall at Jonas Cup. So nice meeting everyone again, meeting all the cool DAS people too. Terry Purcell actually came down to the bar, the after party, and it was cool getting a picture of him. If anyone wants to see like all the pictures and stuff that I took with everyone, I did post everything in the Discord there, in the photography channel, so y'all can see what my day was like. And yeah, if you have any questions, just let me know in chat. I want to see. Did Terry compete? He did not. He was actually in the middle of moving, I think up to Seattle, and so he only had time to basically drop by the after party, and that was about it. I wish he did, but I understand that he couldn't. Where would you go? There's no way, right? Huh? What? That's so weird. That's so weird. Oh my god. You basically just need a T or a square there. Oh my god. Let me have my food here. My mouth is dry after talking. Oh my god. All right. Let me unmute the
Republicans being weird, we all remember that. But he also
stream a
talked
little
lot
bit.
about joy and how Kamala Harris brings joy
Oh,
to the ticket.
oh.
You know, a lot of people don't feel all that joyful when they think about politics right now. Will that sell tonight?
Let me
Brings that kind of energy to the debate? We'll see.
We will see. Okay, coming up, we head to another
move
battleground state, Michigan, to find out what's on
the
voters' minds there. You
the
are
screen
watching
like
CBS
that.
News coverage of the vice presidential debate.
I think we can get. Yeah.
On our places, bright shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team. Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask.
I was gonna say there's no way, right?
I've been told I could talk to a
Yeah. I was like, if there is a double solution, it's not the right solution.
Morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like
Ooh, that was a little scary.
nothing ever happens in East Palestine,
I can get.
but it did.
Ooh.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, probably get the J dependency on the left.
Did you ever have these problems?
Excuse me.
No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing or bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
All right, back to 29. I know I was so close to getting what's it? 3,000. That's not. Oh, okay, good.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
Cause I want to put this here or here. I'll go with my gut. Good.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now
Fair enough. Like.
Stories that inform.
you can be really old at 60 and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock
All right.
power within our
Close again.
who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
That's not. Okay, good. Yes.
A little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
No!
Free
Alright.
CBS News app.
That was a misclick. Alright, I'll get it. I'll get it this time. One more.
Sightseers in space. The thrill of a life.
One more.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
Ooh. Okay.
Territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you.
Yes? Okay.
1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky would have a public crisis.
Space tourism now streaming on the free.
Okay. One more. Yes, Wiley.
Oh yeah, I will if you will. You go.
Woo! Okay. We got it. We got 3,000. Alright.
Let me see if you can find me.
I want to make sure that my voice is heard, but also that I lift up other voices.
You can't write.
Oh, man. I get my food break.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Welcome back to the CBS News coverage.
I don't know what rank am I.
Debate. Michigan and its 15 electoral votes are part of the blue wall, the states the Democrats like to think are firmly in their camp. But in 2016, they thought
Probably like number 20 or something.
the first Republican to win there in nearly 30 years. CBS
Because I think what Zempro is like number 1.
Michigan speaking to voters. Good evening, Jerika.
Good evening to you. Good evening.
Oh,
to
these are
everyone.
so.
You know, County is where we're at
These are getting.
Michigan. It's a very important county when you look at.
These are getting risky.
I mean that this county has picked the winner of the presidential election 3 times out of the 4 last presidential elections. So joining me is this lovely group. They all say they watch.
Fair enough. Let me see what that looks like.
Show of hands, briefly, how many of you guys are leaning or planning to vote for Harrison Walls? So we have 2. How many are planning to vote for Trump and J.D. Vance?
Number 12. All right.
There's 2 left that are undecided. So a CBS News poll shows us that people are watching this debate because they want to hear more about these candidates. What specifically are you looking for, Bill? And I'm going to start with you because you voted for Trump.
I'm telling you, Wiley. I'm telling you.
In 2020, and here you are today trying to figure out who exactly you're going to vote for. So what are you looking for?
I'm looking for a good economy.
A good economy.
Safety.
Safety.
Yeah.
And Eric, what about you?
I mean, economy is extremely important. Safety as well. I have 2 daughters. I'm a business owner, so both of those things are very important to me as well.
Holly?
I would say the economy is the main priority for me right now.
And Christina, I see you have your notepad.
There's no way. Fuck, dude.
What was the other thing we were talking about? There were 2 things, the economy.
Safety.
And safety. Oh, yeah, crime.
I know that you're also a voter that was leaning more toward Nikki Haley at one point. That's correct?
No.
Oh, you weren't okay, that was Holly?
That was me.
I'm so sorry. There's so many notes that go out. Well, Ellie, let's go back to you then, because I think it's interesting when you have to make this decision, you're looking at this debate. While so many people already know who they're going to vote for, you were looking at Nikki Haley as someone that you were really considering, but you're a bit torn. So is there something that these candidates could say or do?
Do I make the J dependency and?
Or have you feel more confident in who you're going to vote for when you leave today?
Yeah, I think the
Oh, I'm making uglier dependency. Cause Loki, I was about to do like this, you know, and that's like pretty. Oh, set up the Z spin.
Max, what about you? You have 3 children. You're planning
Excuse me.
to vote for Trump and Vance. Talk to us about why and what are you hoping to get out of this debate tonight?
I'm really interested to see both.
It was the
points. My biggest concerns and focus points for this election is the economy, immigration, and strong foreign policy.
Oh, what? Okay.
Involvements overseas and bring it back home and get us squared away here.
And that's what we've heard time and time again, even in our polling. The economy, safety, immigration, these are issues.
Guess a 3 out of 7 dependency is better than 2 out of 7. Yeah, I'd say that. Yeah.
So we thank you guys for joining us tonight to help let people see, regardless of how they feel, this is kind of a taste of what voters are thinking and feeling in this state of Michigan, which we know will be very important in this election. So we'll send it back to you guys, and we'll check in with you a little bit later.
Yeah, you're not going anywhere. We're going to be checking in with you all evening, Jerika. Thank you. Ed Gordon, I want to bring you back in. You've got an important perspective in this because you live outside of Detroit, and we know the suburbs of Detroit, this election in particular, are expected to...
Is it the left? Oh.
Given the breaking news that we are watching unfold in the Middle East right now...
That's so good. Wait, okay.
Significant questions about her policy in Israel and how and whether she will differ very much from President Biden. What are you hearing when you were talking to your neighbors?
Half the comments aren't in English. 72% Filipino, bro. Vince trends, man.
Today's escalation in the Middle East can prove crucial.
I don't want to S-spin yet. Fine.
They have not been happy with many administrations, not just the Biden administration, but administrations previous. They don't see a balanced view from the White House as relates to Israel and their positions. And so what we're seeing today is...
That's not way. That's right. Ooh, it was that way. That's weird.
They will, in fact, throw their weight behind Kamala Harris. That was the thought early on. But there has not been a clear path to her.
It's flat. Yeah.
Talked to several voters on this very question.
Oh, I'm never finding that.
What the administration would argue is a clarifying moment.
Whatever.
Israel. That takes away some of the obscurity of, is it a militia or what is happening in the region around? It's now Iran, Israel. Harris hopes that that clarifies things that Israel must defend itself and must be supported. There will be a competition on the debate stage tonight about unequivocal support and the strength of that message.
Oh, I'm crashing out. No.
And very quickly, if you remember in the primaries, that group...
There's no way. Oh, for fuck's sake.
They wanted to send a message. We'll see if that was heard.
And have the circumstances changed? Thank you both very much. When we come back, childcare is expensive, housing is expensive.
Why?
We'll look at as we examine where the two candidates stand on everyday costs.
Is it that? The other... I need to do this way. I need to do this way more.
Washington
No.
is the seat of power, national security, foreign policy,
Yeah.
global economics. Every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about to then move forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated.
Oh, no, it's over, chat.
Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions. Uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this.
Watch the debate, please. It's not starting in like 15 minutes.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party? Any cracks in the report?
Wait.
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you about the
Oh, that is crazy.
Is really a factor right now that are going to be driving your decisions. What would you say to those?
Oh, that's so crazy.
listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
Good.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded 1-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5
Easy.
p.m. Eastern.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives.
It was the other way.
Medical discovery, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
Oh, the other one. Oh.
Chat with 24/7.
Okay, I see.
Judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this
Half the puzzles I get are like, I'm sorry, but that isn't going on the left. I can vaguely get stuff on the left. That's it.
Revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels. 100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive.
Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming
With Frontier Fiber
Oh.
Internet and YouTube TV, I'm thrilling to 100+ channels of live TV starting at $95 a month on one.
Now you want to rotate the T.
100% fiber internet and cable-free live TV.
Yeah.
It's only a kick.
Sometimes it does go for it.
7 o'clock sharp.
Oh my god, it was this.
And it continues to be the #1 issue for voters heading into this election. A recent CBS News poll shows that voters are feeling better about the economic climate as gas prices and interest rates have dropped, but 59% say the economy is still in bad shape. Senior business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent has been digging into both campaigns' plans to tackle these high prices of housing, childcare, and
Oh my god, dude.
Expect to hear tonight from Senator Vance and Governor Walz on their plans to tackle these high prices.
I'm like so close to like some of these.
About the economy and the cost of living. You can expect Senator Vance to continue to hammer
Oh, the crash out is so real, dude.
And our math using government data shows that grocery prices are up 21% since Biden and Harris took office, even though they have leveled out lately and wage growth has been keeping pace with inflation. You can expect Vance to hit on Trump's proposed 20% tariff on imported goods, even though economists estimate that the Trump tariff proposals would cost the typical middle-income household at least $1,700 more a year. And Walz will likely play
Jesus.
out Harris's federal ban on
Come
price
on.
gouging, though keep in mind, neither campaign has really offered much specifics on how they're actually going to implement and carry out these proposed policies. Cecilia.
Yeah, still waiting for a lot of details on that one. As we are talking right now, shipping has been brought to a halt along so much of the East Coast and in the Gulf of Mexico as a result, of course, of this port strike that we've been following. How much do you expect
Yep,
that to
damn it.
impact prices in the coming weeks and days?
Look, it's at least 25,000 union dock workers at 14 ports from Houston to Boston.
It's the spin, yeah.
Right? And according to JP Morgan Chase, the strike could cost the economy up to $5 billion a day. And economists worry that a longer strike would disrupt the supply
That's so
chain on everything
dumb.
from your perishable foods to cars and construction materials. But we also know that things like fuels for home heating oil, for example, diesel gas, those are actually transported in ways that are not expected to be impacted by the strike. And according to the New York governor, Kathy Hochul, there's no need to be...
Is Couch Fucker on yet? Not yet. Hey Star, how's it going?
Coming just 5 weeks out from this election. But the other top issue on the campaign trail, how much families are struggling.
What else could fit there though? I don't think that's a good idea. Probably that one's better. Oh, I'm never seeing that. What the fuck? Oh, dude.
Talking point for both Vance and Walz. But here's the brutal reality. The cost of childcare is rising faster than inflation. It's almost double the rate of inflation. Both of these
Oh my god, I can deal with that later.
Harris and Walz have also said federal paid family leave would be an important priority here if they win. But again, few specifics on how long it should be. And we do know that Vance told our colleague Margaret Brennan back in August that he supports an expanded child tax credit, expanded child care options. That parents' comment certainly striking a chord, saying aunts and uncles should be helping out more too, Cecilia.
Yeah, Jolene, I was really struck by this next one on housing. A CBS News poll found that half of Americans aged 30 to 64, they are not confident that they will ever reach the American dream of being able to own a home. What are the campaigns promising to change that?
Cecilia, look, you've got the Fed cutting interest rates last month, right? And you've got more Americans who want to get back into the housing market, so it's kind of encouraging to see. But Vice President Harris has now proposed a $25,000 down payment assistance program for certain first-time home buyers. She's also proposed a tax incentive for builders.
We're coming back up.
Homes, which are in short supply.
We don't end on a loss.
Which has basically plagued our country for more than a decade and a half now. So this depends, again, on congressional approval. It depends on the type of implementation. And former President Trump has proposed changing
It really likes the J dependency. Like, it really does.
On that front. And he's also said he wants to deport 15 to 20 million undocumented workers who he is blaming for increasing housing demand, something that Senator Vance says he supports. But you know, mass deportation could also impact the workforce needed to build homes here as well, Cecilia.
Yeah, and so many questions on how they and if they will actually be able to pull off that plan, Jolene.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
Nancy, I want to ask you a quick question about this. The economy, compared to where the country was during the pandemic, and compared to how that has wrecked economies all over the world, the U.S. economy has bounced back. The recession never came. Inflation is coming down. The jobs numbers are good. Can the Harris campaign say any of that without looking out of touch? And are they in the same bind that Joe Biden was in when he was running?
I think Harris approaches
What's this crash out?
Biden really
From 3K to 27 is fine. We can come back.
Inflation, at least, has come down. Look at this legislation.
It's one. It's
We need to do more, but I'm working on it, and I've got a record. Harris has really leaned into the notion that more needs to be done to help American families. She talks a lot about that. You heard Joe Ling just describing the assistance she wants to provide to first-time homebuyers, the child tax credit, lots of different tax credits. And so there is some indication that approach, along with
knew it.
coming down, is starting to move the needle a little bit. Our polling shows that while Trump does still have an advantage on that big issue of the economy, that she's starting to inch closer and closer.
All right, Nancy, thank you. Guys, we are just minutes away from the vice presidential debate. You are watching CBS News. Stay with us.
God damn. Yes. Went from 3K to like a 2.5, so I guess you right. Oh my god, all that talking earlier kind of winded me out. Oh my god.
The risk is the rush. What do you think is driving the spike in popularity? I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I use sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left.
Right at the end of my stream, I say, you know how I kind of crashed out? Yeah. It got worse. Oh no. Jesus.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two.
Just got better. CBS Mornings.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want.
With the 48 hours podcast. Would I do that?
Real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked, need to be answered.
Oh, fuck you. Okay.
An original documentary from CBS.
That's quirky.
With no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti.
No.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Haitians are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will.
You go, gal.
That's right.
Let me see if you can find me.
I want to make sure.
Yes. Okay.
Lift up other voices. You can't write a better script.
Always gamble kids. I wonder what that would look like.
Welcome back to the vice presidential debate coverage on CBS News. Our Ed O'Keefe is ensconced with all of our colleagues in the press corps over there in the room down the aisle from the actual debate location. Ed, we've seen
These are hard. These are so hard.
Sure getting it today.
Yeah, John, you remember back in 2016 when you hosted the
It
Republican
would look like human trafficking.
and that morning President Scalia died and suddenly you had to rip up all the questions and focus on the future of the Supreme Court.
I mean,
Probably hadn't been a top of mind concern.
are you gambling or are you buying? Like, isn't that like purchasing though?
Situation in the Middle East, major storms ravaging the Southeast that are now going to cause a debate over spending and climate change. All of them a reminder that as president, whoever is president, faces all sorts of unexpected challenges that suddenly can prop up. And, you know, it'll be interesting to see tonight exactly how that factors in to the debate. Cecilia?
All right, Ed, you don't get to go anywhere. We're going to be checking back in with you when it is all over, and we are now just officially minutes away from the start of this debate. I want to get your final thoughts, Major. I want to start with you because we've been saying so much is on the line.
All right.
How much of tonight is about the audience?
Nearly there, guys. Nearly there until buffoonery. What do you mean? Why would I do that, man?
At age 40, his entire political career is ahead of him. If this ticket does not prevail, the Republican Party will find itself in an uncomfortable and unwelcome and unwanted post-Trump era. What role does J.D. Vance play in that? A considerable amount of that decision will be drawn from what he does tonight. He knows that. In contrast, Governor Walz is 60, 1 year older than Kamala Harris. He does not have any obvious designs on the presidency if Kamala Harris wins and serves out 2 terms. He's there to enhance...
Like, I could lay it flat.
On the positive side, where and when he can.
I could... I'll lay it flat.
Risk factors for the 2.
And Bobby...
Why would you put it on I2, dude?
Everybody in the press, when we're in the press galleries, on the campaign planes, they talk about these vice presidential debates as low impact, but they really are high stakes. Everybody watching tonight knows one of these 2 men could become president of the United States. The country is going to take a temperature on character, on policy. Who are these people who might lead the country? And one of them might be leading the country should a crisis happen, a heartbeat away from the presidency. We live in a time of assassination attempts on the Republican nominee, of political violence, and of aging politicians. So it's no question.
I was gonna say that can't be right.
To be president. We hope all people live healthy lives and serve full terms, but you never know in American history. That's what the history always tells us.
Nancy, the other big event is these incredible floods in North Carolina.
Shit.
Also is a platform for presidents.
Because the handling of natural disasters is often a proxy for voters of competence. They look at how you handle something like that.
Really? Or what is it?
Big, important things.
Wait, how the fuck does that work?
Tomorrow is heading to North Carolina and South Carolina, and Florida and Georgia the next day.
And here we see the vice presidential candidates there. Tim Walz standing a lone man behind his lectern. Ed, give us your last thoughts as we watch here as J.D. Vance is off in the wings for the moment. Oh, there he is.
It's performance.
Oh, it's like that. Okay.
And they're looking for a viral moment. That's what they'll be looking for tonight.
No handshake.
That's so weird.
There you have Governor Walz appears to be taking some notes.
I'm never... Why would... I'd rather do the S flat here.
Before the cameras came.
That's right. Well, we have the vice presidential debate coming up in a moment. It will be moderated by our own Nora O'Donnell and Margaret Brennan. Ohio Senator J.D. Vance and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz take the stage. Well, they've taken the stage, so...
Oh, it was the other fucking route, man. Okay.
Exclusive content you won't see anywhere else.
There.
Thank you for joining us.
Flat. Oh, putting the S left, dude. Alright, guys. It is time. Let's turn this thing up a little bit.
Tonight, with just over a month to go until Election Day, the first and only meeting between the 2 men who hope to become Vice President of the United States. Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota and Republican Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio.
Now, this is likely the
Refresh your streams.
Cycle, and voting is already underway in 20 states. CBS News polling shows this remains a race either presidential candidate could win. The CBS News vice presidential debate starts now.
Fight for every single vote, and we're going to take this country back.
And we are ready to continue to build the future together.
We're going to turn this whole country red with President Donald J. Trump's leadership.
You know what's at the end of this little journey? Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
This is a CBS News special, live from CBS News headquarters in New York.
God, that's super hard.
The vice presidential debate.
Good evening, I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News.
Is it? Oh, it was that
debate. We
shit.
want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates.
No way,
Minnesota's
right?
Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance tonight meeting for the first time.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate, who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum.
Y'all better use that damn mic, that damn mute button.
The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises.
Oh, I'd rather do this. This one,
Americans are suffering
that
from
one
the
looks fun.
catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene, and now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed, thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to
doing the exact same goddamn thing.
The U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in
Here
the
we
world,
are.
and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time.
Oh, that's so
Governor Walz,
ugly.
if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition,
That's
to
Ness
stop the
flat.
incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago. A nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the Vice President said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are
don't
watching
know
this
too
evening
much
and
about the
caring enough
Iran
about this country to pay
conflict.
attention to this vice presidential debate.
Nor-
I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a...
You fucked the couch, bro.
My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary
answer the question.
The American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be
It
attainable.
won't like that.
Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember.
No, I
as much
didn't
as
do it
Governor Walz
anyway.
just
Oh,
accused
okay.
Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration.
I assume he's
What do you use that
cooking
money
with
for? They use
this.
it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you,
Whatever
Senator.
Israel wants to do, which, okay, I guess it's
Donald
something.
Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump
Oh,
was in
what
office,
the
it was
fuck?
Donald Trump
Is he spin?
We had a coalition of nations that had boxed.
I forgot how tilting it is to watch debates. Oh, you have no idea.
Donald Trump pulled that
I'm like,
and put nothing else in its place.
I'm
So
like
Iran
tilt
gets
101 when it comes to this shit, dude. Why the fuck? Why? Okay, sure. Okay, fine.
Because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian
I'll do that.
missiles
Oh,
did
fuck.
fall near U.S. troops, and they received
It's
traumatic
like
brain
a
injuries,
non-answer
Donald Trump
answer.
wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle.
Like,
He
yeah,
will go
it's
to
just
whoever has the
yes.
most flattery or
If they
whatever
want
makes sense
to,
him.
that's definitely
Steady
wrong.
leadership like you witnessed
Oh
today, like you
my
witnessed in
god.
April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our
Okay,
coalition is strong,
do that,
and
then
we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal.
Was it this?
Recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences
No.
are impossible.
It's even worse.
Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now.
Sure, we'll say that.
October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time
or
an
that?
American president didn't have a major conflict break out?
I'll do
The
that.
only
That
answer is
feels
during the
more
4 years
better,
that
yeah.
Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to.
Here.
Nora?
Margaret, thank you.
Ah!
Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest
I guess this is
on
more
record.
flexible.
More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say
No.
climate change makes these hurricanes
Oh,
larger,
okay. It's
stronger,
a solution I didn't
and
even think
more
was going to
deadly
happen. All
because
right.
of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane, because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today, actually, a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then, of course, afterwards to help the people in those communities.
The talk is crazy.
Personally, in Appalachia, all across the Southeast, they need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns.
Fuck off, dude. Oh my, what is...
Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed,
how, JD, how do you want that? How?
Carbon emissions. This idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change.
Yes.
Let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about.
Just for the sake of argument.
Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America, because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world.
I mean, fair enough.
Actually led to more energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz,
they literally support unions.
We got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all,
yeah, like that's, I think that's probably one of the more fairer things that he'll ever say this debate.
In contact with the governors, I serve as...
Yeah, no, we'll just integer overflow on the fucking carbon. And why the...
No partisanship, they work together to solve the governors and the emergency responders on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. There's no fucking way I'm doing that.
Coming back to the climate change,
move.
There's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in.
There's no way.
Shit, fine. Now, the Biden-Harris administration is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in
cashier unions should exist.
Created jobs all across the
probably
Jeffersonville,
probably
Ohio.
I feel like
the technology that we invented.
Unions for pig stores probably should exist. I think we can agree on that.
In North America, sets in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity.
I feel like I'm
to respond
overthinking some of these.
That President Trump has called climate change a hoax.
No.
Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending
clean coal says it all. Yeah.
Dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by the climate.
your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our #1 export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure
Next
law
box
that was
awareness
passed
type shit,
allows us to
dude.
think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a
I'd
hoax
put it here.
and to take
I'd
the
probably
oil
put that
company
there.
executives
But it
to
wants to
Mar-a-Lago,
put it on the right
say,
side,
"Give
because
me
go
money for
fuck
my
yourself. You
campaign,
actually do
and
make
I'll
like
let you
a
do whatever you want." We can be
actually
smarter
do
about
make
that,
a
and
single
Obama
well on
energy
the
policy is
left,
exactly
on the
what
right.
she's doing, creating those jobs.
Oh,
Governor, your time is up.
God,
The overwhelming
fuck
consensus
yourself.
among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now
All right, if
to
I dip
immigration.
below-
The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for
If I
American
dip below
voters.
2600,
Senator Vance, your
I'm gonna start
campaign is
playing.
pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation
I'm gonna start playing a real
plan in
game.
American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are
That's a
struggling with
citation
addiction
needed moment.
to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in
What?
fentanyl into our
Oh,
communities
Jesus.
at record levels. So you've got to stop.
That's so
the bleeding.
weird. That's-
You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border
Oh,
policies. build the
God.
wall,
It
re-implement
doesn't like
deportation,
center
and that gets to your
dips.
point, Margaret, about what do we actually
For what I
do?
keep
So
finding.
we've got 20, 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do
Man,
with them?
I
The
could
first thing that
burn.
we do is we start
I'll
with
burn.
criminal migrants. About a
All right.
million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportation.
Is this debate entertaining? It's like just starting.
Illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for
No,
less than
they
minimum wage in our own
don't.
country. And
Why
by the way,
would-
that'll be really good for our workers
Yeah,
who just
immigrants
wanna
are
earn
stealing
a
their
fair wage for doing a
jobs.
good
They're
day's work.
stealing your
The final point, Margaret,
wages.
is you ask about family separation.
The economy is failing because of all the
We have
immigrants.
320,000 children.
Aren't opioids produced mainly inside the U.S.?
Effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked.
I
some
wouldn't
of
know
them
enough to know
hopefully
about
are
that.
homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking.
And even
tools.
then,
The real
they're
family
not going to be
separation policy in this country is
figuring out how to solve the
Kamala
drug
Harris's
crisis
wide
from
open
within.
southern border.
They're like, oh, it's
Ask
just
my
these
fellow
drugs are
Americans to remember when she
they're
came
just
into
coming over.
office,
They're
she
flowing
said she was
overboard,
going to do
guys.
this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed
That's-
up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history. 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state,
That's wrong.
state in California. She's the only person in this race,
but it does like it.
Transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this. And that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of
The way the
Commerce.
moderators are handling this is hilarious.
The fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this
They're
nation's
all
seen.
right,
It
I
was
guess.
crafted by conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing.
Republican G.D. Vance on the left, Democrats on the right side.
Protection for drugs.
Probably the tie collar, yep.
The adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years.
Wiley, we want the guy on the right to win. The other one fucks scotches.
I'll build you a big, beautiful wall.
Oh, there's no way it sees this, right?
2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't.
There's no way it sees this, right?
We are again 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people,
right,
and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's
it really doesn't like it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator,
that's so
will you
unfortunate.
separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't
You literally did this in the last administration, dude.
Freely in this country.
They literally did that. That was literally what was happening.
It has to stop. Look, I think what
don't pin it on us.
Smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that.
How much of the stories from Jonas Cup did I miss? Nearly all of it.
Now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion.
Fuck, was it the was the other one?
The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care.
Probably that.
That are
No. Oh, it was the other one.
It will when Donald Trump is president
Senator,
again.
your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it.
Can you send Star the tools?
Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this.
All right.
Talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Lankford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like
where
this,
would I have
dehumanize
it,
and villainize
actually?
other human beings.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls
The 6 was
purse
this
strings and
year?
any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this? Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed.
Trying to remember.
You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed.
Where the
You've
fuck
got
is it?
housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans.
When
for
did
scarce
V6
homes.
come
The people
out?
that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had
Do I
their
even
lives
have
destroyed
it?
by Kamala
I should
Harris's
have
open
it
border.
somewhere.
It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it.
I
They're the ones
assume
that supported
ground
it.
control
And
was
that's
pretty
because they know
fun.
We need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money
All right.
necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done.
Is Vance
Until
wearing
it's done in 90
eyeliner?
days. Then you start to make a difference. in
I
this,
wouldn't
and you
know.
start to adhere to what we know.
Probably. I feel like old people wear a lot of eyeliner, or not a lot, but like they wear eyeliner.
About, to the least amongst us, you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it. And it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
There were some issues, but we got a good story out of it. Oh dear.
Margaret, I think it's important
We're
because
going to turn now to the economy. Thank you.
Margaret, the rules were that
The
you guys weren't
economy,
going to
we're-
fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the.
Here's where my facts actually say. Here's what. Since you're just wrong, actually. Here's what I think is right.
Of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those
We have
laws
so
have been
much.
on the books since
You can mute him!
Thank you, gentlemen.
You can mute him! Guys, you can mute him! Alright, thank you. Jesus
Gentlemen,
Christ.
The audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret.
Thank
The economy is a top
Jesus
concern
Christ.
for
Oh my
voters.
God,
Each
they
of your
finally used it.
campaigns has released an economic plan. So let's talk about the specifics.
The after party was kind of wild. Oh dear.
Includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And
Nora, no, for real, she has not
middle
aged,
class,
man.
'cause that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is, proposed under this plan, is on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at.
Oh,
and then
my God.
Making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis. Prices went down on rent.
It would take me 10 minutes to come up with each of these answers. Yeah, no, I can't bullshit like this.
We have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by a third. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it.
Oh, fuck, I knew it.
Ugh. Give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is
now you like the...
Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do.
There's no way it's asking me to spin tuck that, right?
Our system works best. More people
It's asking me to spin tuck that. It asks me to spin tuck that. That's hilarious.
A moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump.
Can I have this website? It is called nestris.org. You log in with Discord.
My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning
I'll do that and that. Okay, good.
And you just heard it in the answer. A lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do, and some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies, and what she's actually done instead is drive
She is not the president! She's not the president!
Higher by about
Like half of these things, it's just because she isn't the president. She can't do a lot.
If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the
What do
fact
you do?
that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust.
Oh, that's so weird.
Now,
Okay.
Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record.
There,
a lot
good.
of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom. Because Donald Trump's
They have PhDs, man.
Take-home pay and a
They have
generation
PhDs,
in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense,
Bro, when populism is just appeal to stupidity, bro, is crazy.
Now, Tim admirably admits plans is that a lot of those resources went to
middle
class and working class Americans.
It's also my fault for not solving the housing crisis. Clearly, since I was born in a place where the housing crisis exists, I should have been able to solve it, but unfortunately, I couldn't.
I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's gonna stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but
I found your limit though.
The largest percentage since the Great Depression.
For which one?
9 million jobs
the puzzles.
That was day one. Whether it was the infrastructure
yay.
Made a question about experts. Said this. I've made a note of this. Can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic and not just in Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, whatever, how is
not
it
drinks?
fair
Oh
that
shit.
You're paying your taxes every year?
I have achieved 500 rating. I don't think it was that hard to get 500 rating, if I remember correctly.
There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness.
Oh my goodness.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made
in the freaking 80s, JD, in the 90s,
that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first
yell at Clinton, man. Yell at
and the courage to say to that
yell at Reagan or something, man.
We're bringing American manufacturing
Fuck.
back.
Oh.
American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an
I just have
economic
low
issue.
expectations
I
of
have
yourself.
3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4,
Nah.
and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now.
Would
But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children
that feels
are
right,
manufactured by nations
but
that hate us.
there's obviously a better
To
one, of
stop.
course.
And we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something.
I was gonna say, it's like,
I think the thing that most
that's
concerns
why
me on
things
this
are
is
cheap. It's because they're over there.
the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over.
Oh my
and
goodness.
We saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
that's a
show
gross generalization.
that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did, and then you've simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's.
There's probably
atrocious
so
economic
many
record,
like
which has made gas,
fact-checking
groceries, and
here.
housing unaffordable for American citizens.
Oh,
I was
yes, but
raised
that's
by
a weird
woman
freaking
who would
situation and
sometimes
you
go
gotta
into
be in.
medical
This
debt
is so
that she
fucked,
could
by
put
the way.
food on the
Because, like,
table
if you
in
don't have a
house.
next piece,
I
you're
know
never
it's
gonna know
tough
which
to
one's
not be
right.
able to afford the things that you need to afford.
Like,
We
maybe
can
that's
do so
better,
much
like,
better to
on
all
as
of
a
you watching.
default move, but I'm looking at the
America
next piece
that's
for this kind of
affordable.
move.
We just gotta
Right?
get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation
Hey,
on
Ansel.
healthcare then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But
All
right
right.
now, I want to talk about personal qualifications.
Like, for some of these, it's like, I need that third piece just to make a more accurate move. Because it's like, if I'm picking between an an L dependency or J dependency, and it's like,
in the spring of 1989.
it's weird, right? Like in a real game, I'm not looking at like which is generally better. Am I getting a L or J piece next? And if I'm not, then it might depend on a Z or S piece. You know, it's like
town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the street lights come on, and I'm.
It's
proud of that
hard.
service.
It's hard,
I joined
bro.
the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher.
I was about to say that was
year
my
out, I
def.
got the
I
opportunity
should have
in the
trusted
summer of '89,
because it
to
likes
travel
doing
to
the
China.
square tuck
35 years ago,
set
able
up
to
in
do that.
S.
I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can.
Oh, this is boring. That's you're gonna fling a fucking T-piece all the way left for no reason.
I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that
Fair
I get
enough.
this right. I will say more than anything. Many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values.
Governor,
Fair
just
enough.
to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this is I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned
thank
a
God.
lot
Okay.
of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate Donald Trump unfit for the nation's highest office.
I straight up disagree with so many of these puzzles.
I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you
A
regret
few of them are like,
and
no,
explained you
I'm
then
never
voted
doing
for
that.
Donald Trump in
But
2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also
This will be
disparaged Trump's
tough.
economic record while he was president.
Okay.
Writing to someone in 2020, quote,
This is easy.
Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've
Fair
shifted
enough.
many of your
That's fair
policy
enough.
stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald
I'd rather
Trump
build
the
up my
advice
left. Yep.
he needs to hear?
1,000 rating. Okay, you're catching up. I'm getting a little getting a little scared here. You know, Lyra's about to climb up the
I've also
ranks.
been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal
my
Americans,
goodness.
a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out the message.
Why did he say that they're eating the dogs, JD? Why did he say that one?
Done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States senator, that Congress is not just
What's with the cats and dogs, JD?
for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to go. So there were a lot of things on the border, on
I didn't know if it
tariffs,
wanted
for
me to do
example,
that.
where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit
I'm okay
better
with it.
about
I
how
just
they
don't
govern the
like
country. They
that
were so
board.
obsessed with
I'd
impeaching
rather have this board. That one feels better to me.
this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because
Like that's just a
sales tax.
weird board to have.
And you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did
maybe.
is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue that Kamala Harris has run away from
Set up
Joe
a
Biden's
fucking
record.
talk? Are you
Think about
kidding
this.
me?
If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
So you agree to unions, right?
Thank you. Now to the
So
issue of
you're in
reproductive
favor
rights.
of unions.
After Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made
Dude,
Minnesota
give me
one of
back
the
my
least
3,000.
restrictive
After the
states
3,000,
in the nation when it comes to abortion.
I stop.
Former
That's
President
it.
Trump
That's
said
it.
in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support?
Okay.
I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's
That's
on
tough.
everyone's
That's so
mind.
tough.
Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in.
Shit.
The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky,
it's
Duval, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by
they're
her stepfather.
close. They're
Those
close,
are
bro.
horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancy.
Oops.
It's going to make it more difficult,
Do that,
if not impossible,
then that.
to
Okay.
get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate
That. Okay.
access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, infertility treatments are why I have a child.
Probably,
That's nobody
probably
else's
up.
business, but those things are being
Yeah.
proposed. And the catch-all on this is well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be
I
right
would
for what's
adjust based
not how
on if I
this
get
works.
like an L or J in the next piece. If default, I'm putting it there.
mortality skyrocket in Texas,
Just
outpacing
good.
many other
And then
countries in
left.
the world.
Fill out the
This
left.
is about healthcare. In Minnesota, we are ranked first
Fill out
in
the
healthcare
center a
for
bit.
reason. We trust women. We trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's
Good.
claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
That's.
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this. issue. I know
Fine.
A lot of Americans
Okay.
care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight.
It
and I love
then
you.
wants the
And
key
she told me
tuck.
something a couple years ago
That
she felt like
specific
if she hadn't
instance,
had
it
an
wanted the
abortion,
key tuck.
that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do.
Oh,
I want
my
us
goodness.
as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front.
It does want the AL spin. Man.
Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very
Okay,
clear
redo that.
on the abortion policy
Fucking
specifically,
Christ.
that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this
Okay.
than Georgia. Georgia has a
We
different
do
viewpoint
that or
from
that?
Arizona. And the proper way to handle this,
I'll do
as
that. That looks
messy as
nice.
democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse,
That's
and let's be
cool
honest,
and all,
sometimes a very, very
but then
messy
when
and
it's
divided
like
country.
6 weeks pregnant, you can't do that shit anymore. Like, is it really?
About this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth.
Man.
The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this.
What?
I agree with
Okay.
a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening.
There, okay.
His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, it was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that,
If
quote,
it doesn't,
"You are
no,
making
wait.
the United States
We don't
the
do the
most
key tuck
barbaric pro-abortion
because the bar's
regime
next.
anywhere in the entire world."
Easy.
My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not. Though I know that Democrats
probably
have
on
taken a very
the
radical
what?
pro-abortion
Oh.
stance. One of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023. and
I'm
the
gonna be
people of Ohio
bobbing
voted
from like
overwhelmingly, by the way,
27 to
against my
29.
position.
Why would I do that? Why would I do that?
So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see
Teaspoon.
an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I
How you gonna do that, JD? How you gonna do that?
Policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be.
Oh, it's the
And
thing.
as
Okay, no,
long
I
as
see
making
that.
Sure that we're educating our children and
I
giving
know
them
that
options.
adjustment.
Minnesota's a state
I'm
with
not
the lowest
dumb.
teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state.
I
It's the
want to
best place
set up
raise
the
children.
tuck.
But these two things to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or
It doesn't
you guys
like
are
that.
pro-abortion,
Wow.
that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women. to
That's
make their
crazy.
choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case to make options for children more affordable.
That can't be right.
$6,000
Oh
child
my
tax
God.
credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator.
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think,
That's
whether
not
you're
true.
pro-choice or
That's not how the law
pro-abortion,
is.
that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it
But
at all.
what was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong
That is
about?
not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But
this,
how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things that getting
Fair,
involved,
good.
getting engaged, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe.
Where do I want this to be?
From increasing funding for children, it doesn't
There could be
increase us
many
from
options here.
born, like in Minnesota. They
I'll
get
do there. It's wrong.
early childhood
Fuck
education.
off.
They get healthcare. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back.
I'm not setting up dependency. Thank you. Good. Do I wait? Or do I just set it up? Oh,
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team. Nate has one.
I've never felt independence like this before. That first paycheck was like, what do I do with all this? I would have beat the boys.
I hope you don't beat boys. We're fragile.
Got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
All right.
It didn't seem like anything could happen.
Okay,
'Cause
maybe.
nothing ever happens, and he's
I hope something happens. There. Why? Oh! I'm waiting for another piece. I would wait for another piece to do that. Whoa, well. Okay. Maybe I see it, actually.
Entering their communities. Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing?
Yeah.
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait for that. It's such a bad board to be. Doesn't want me to. Doesn't want me to, though. I don't think it doesn't like column 9s. Column 9 vitzes. I don't care. Go fuck yourself. Nope. That's bad. That's just bad. That's just bad. It just doesn't see it. It just won't see it whatsoever.
Stories that inform. You can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock
What?
who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel
All right, we're switching to real gameplay. This is cringe.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Where's my shit? I know that Ansel wants it to be specifically like that. Like that is a specific design choice. Though I do think the options that are presented could be better. Going pure no thonk seems to put me at 1700. Not mad. Let's go. Yeah, 2800 puzzles are freaking hard, man. Yeah, boy. All right.
Raised me to believe that I could do anything I wanted to do.
Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson on Person to Person.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
That's right. Look at his outfit.
Oh, this is hard. Okay. Oh, I should have hovered that, Jay. I could have adjusted that J too. Oh god.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Okay, hold on. I do not have a good
details, but I certainly trust
thigh grip.
Local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is
roll
going
up.
to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no.
My shit.
And the details
Alright.
really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school.
I
with
swear to
such
God,
hope
if like
and such joy
this
and
kid
such
like
pride at their little faces on the first day of school, and we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this
Like,
terrible epidemic of gun violence.
tampered with my controller
Our hearts go
somehow.
out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff, and we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartel. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically...
Man, I wonder if this has been tested.
It just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the San Diego parents, and they were looking
I
at
might
my
be the GOAT.
7-year-old
Top 10 in puzzles.
and they were asking us to do something.
I got 3,000, and then like I crashed out so bad, and I can't get back up.
Is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start.
Are these what the debates are? Yeah.
If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence, and this idea that we should just live with it. And I here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that worked. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that you're 17 years old.
Have we eaten dogs yet?
I'm sorry about that, and I appreciate it.
Not yet.
Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Okay, first of all,
don't turn this into a race thing. Don't do it, JD. Don't make it weird.
Substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another
okay, I have like
the gun violence epidemic,
trash placements right now.
It doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence
you got 2,000
in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to.
I think a lot of us can reach 2,000 pretty easily. It's the latter 2,000s that are like.
There's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but it only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those San Diego parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is, talking about cities and where it's at, the number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues. making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns. And there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity.
You have SRS brain rot? Yeah.
Protect Second Amendment, protect our
This
children.
is
That's our
so
problem.
trash pace, man.
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation.
This is like lapis
the high
paste, dude.
cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000.
This debate is way too
Also
intense.
promised to build 3 million.
It'd be like that.
Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the Vice President is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape.
Oh, my God.
We can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state.
I feel like this is normal. Why, Monica?
Because here's what we do. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to be able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money.
I'll turn this down. Oh, man. Y'all got in on a bad stream. I'm listening to that. I'm sorry. All right. Let me.
As far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove
All right, spam that shit, guys.
tax breaks, and cut back on immigration. which
Come on,
is
guys. Y'all know what to do.
Where are you going to build all the new
Hey, Monica, how is your stream?
Any of this plan will provide
Tonight we're watching the news.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for
Oh my God,
it's aliens into this country, which does.
Welcome to like our monthly politics stream.
Competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant.
This is why I'm never getting an agency to get me, man. This is why I'm never joining an agency. I am never getting away with this shit, dude.
Alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are
Most cursed PB to most cursed background to PB2. Oh, you have no idea. When the DNC was on, I PB'd. Like I straight up got like a 1.16. Like my 1.6 or 1.16 was against like the DNC background. So it's not unheard of.
While Americans find the American dream of homeownership
Oh my goodness.
unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens?
Well, earlier I was doing some puzzles
one of the biggest drivers of housing costs aside from
on anestris.org, and I think y'all would y'all might get some good practice out of that site.
Immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not by the way just in housing, but in a whole host of other.
Make some dinner, then showering. Stay awesome, Mari. I don't know if awesome's the right word.
Governor, we will get to you in a moment, but Senator, where do you use the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of.
Yeah, I definitely got a rollover. That's definitely what happened.
Used for national park, they're not being used, and they could be.
Did you miss that T-piece upside down? Probably.
And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of.
I missed 2,400 by 6 points, and then missed multiple in a row. I got to 3,000. I literally got to 3,000, dude.
Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in.
Of course,
but then I immediately started crashing out.
Look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office, but it's again blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask though on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota,
it's tough.
We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on this. Economists. Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the
higher
housing prices. It's also
I don't know.
regime.
I would have liked 400.
We are a country of builders.
But I feel like I think it's just I'm misdropping too much.
But we increasingly have a federal administration
And that's why I'm not getting the paces that I want.
Resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says.
Nice getting set up with that.
And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of healthcare.
This is bad.
Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he
I should have burned with that square, and I'm burning with that square.
Plan. Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got.
That's so stupid, dude.
switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, you know, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. Look, it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about
I
healthcare.
totally don't think that's.
And nobody knows what it
Man, I
actually
wonder if that's due to like any outside causes. You know.
And we talked about, you know, the
At 2000 now, yeah.
what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make
my rolling is like so bad.
Which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done, but when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies.
Dude, didn't John McCain, like, wasn't that one of John McCain's last, like, votes to, like, keep Medicare in?
The creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic.
I need to get to 3,000 soon.
All of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability.
It's like, hold on, guys.
And so what I know is,
how many times have you tried to chuck Medicare again?
Those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They're figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz
Why should it be a marketplace? Why is it a marketplace? Just wondering, why is it a marketplace?
Address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But I
don't know what to do with that J, man.
Inflation was low, take-home pay was higher, and he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what
you
happens
think the individual mandate's a good idea?
You should. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret,
can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret?
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you've said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those
I don't know if that was a good
paid family medical leave.
J placement.
They're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, they stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota, and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue, those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some places, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy
Good double suck.
When it works for all of us. And so a paid family
I
medical
need,
leave program, and
I need,
go to
thank you.
the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take care of our children or our parents to get paid the least amount.
My
of money.
hand slipped
And we
off the
have to make it
controller.
easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able
This
to
is
pay for
so
it.
bad. I don't know what I'm doing anymore.
I'm telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you
Come
support
on.
a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who's an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her.
Oh, God. I want to... That's the thing with adjusting, right? It's like I want to adjust, but like as soon as I know when to... As soon as I know I need to adjust, it's already like a frame or something too late. And I hang it on like every other block, dude. It's so... Ugh. It's such a gamble. It's such a gamble, but it literally just makes your board better if you do.
Would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of child.
Who's
care.
winning?
Let's say you'd like your
Well,
church
it
maybe
definitely
to help you out
feels
with
more
childcare. Maybe you live in a
adult-like
rural area or an urban
than
area,
the
and you'd
Trump
like to get
debate.
together with families in your neighborhood to provide child care.
There was one moment where JD was
access to any of these federal monies.
still like trying to talk, but then like they finally cut his fucking mic.
Because look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is
The
people
one on
who
the
feel
left.
Like they don't have options. Like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas.
Hello there.
And I think what President Trump is saying
Corvian Cosmos, welcome on in.
Economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable.
How you doing? Weird for stream to hop in here on, but
Child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortages, we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing
every month or so,
we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to
this stream gets a little weird, but you know,
to want to provide child care options for American families.
For some reason, it sometimes helps my gameplay.
Providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think
Thank you for the follow.
The $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well,
you've heard that I was pretty good at Tetris.
It's the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked.
Learned ready from Luca de Bazooka. Oh, right. I haven't talked to him in a bit, but yeah.
3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance.
I mean, I'm all right. I'm okay. Yeah.
I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is the question.
Oh my God.
You're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another
If
$4,000 on the
if
family,
my rolling can get inputted correctly, then yeah, I'd say I would be a good player.
That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't
Double,
believe they're not in
double,
businesses.
double.
Sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing.
I don't think I've ever seen the OG Tetris. Well,
we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workers.
here it is, kinda.
We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy. The top issue
It is a very different game.
After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and
Right,
others
do that.
filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results.
What you
Judges,
prioritize
including those appointed by
is
President Trump and
kind
other
of different
Republican
than
presidents, looked at
modern.
the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in
People
the nation,
people like
Republicans and
kind of
Democrats,
watching, kind of.
certified the 2020 election
Sometimes
results
they
and
lurk
sent a legal slate
and
of
kind of
electors
just
to Congress
vibe to
for
the
January 6th.
noises
Senator Vance,
that
you have said
the
you would
rolling
not have certified the last
sound
presidential
makes.
election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's
Bro
what we're focused on.
immediately
But I wanna answer your
pivoted.
question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House. And now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country. It's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and
It's those fucking it's those missed inputs, dude.
Lifelong friendships because of
Let
disagreements.
me do
It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens, and it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now,
he has to like cover for everything that Trump has said.
Blue-collar Democrats to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy.
And he's been trying to do that from what
leaders in the Democratic coalition.
from what I've kind of saw.
Me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans.
Why are we trying to argue about a vote, man? Like,
she's done it over a number of other issues, and that to me is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here, and I'm sympathetic to speaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator. But there's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he did.
Vance with the old man language is so funny to me.
Some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the
he really wants us to do it. He really, like the level of kind of gaslighting here is, because like that's kind of what he needs to do to like. Because, like, some people just don't think Jan 6 was that bad. And so it's like, actually, yeah, it was. Oh, I didn't do the...
Margaret? Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim.
Oh, good.
First of all,
good burn away.
It's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country,
not Trump though.
In 2016, said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because
it's interesting. I remember coming home. I was like napping on like the living room couch, and I woke up and the Capitol stairs was already busy, and I was like, oh dear, what has happened? What did they do now? Like I think like for me it was like the slowest build up to like it was so obvious that something was gonna happen that day. Like it was like I remember like so like there was so much planning online or something. It's like people are gonna try and go and have a rally over there.
I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement. This is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose
I don't know many about the planning. Yeah, it was kind of like
did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their minds
it was like
in the wake of
murmurs on like the other platform that what's it that Trump made, like Truth Social or whatever. Like it was on there, and like I knew it like that date was being talked about like for a while.
There's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to survive that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is where is the firewall with Donald Trump?
Those types of misdrops is what
he could do anything, including
makes me lose games, man.
And his vice president's not going to stand to it. That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that. Because, of course, that's what we would do. So, America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election.
Good.
Of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of
Is it over?
candidates. The CBS News vice presidential debate continues.
Fuck. Well, at least it's not like a, you know, a shit throwing contest between the two of them.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking.
Holy shit, that's hard. 19 is hard.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for
I'm like slunched over, just locking in, or at least trying to.
It didn't seem like anything could happen. Because nothing ever happens in East Palestine. But it did.
They keep promoting this.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes.
Did you ever have these problems before the derailment?
No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities.
My more moderate best friend was happy with the decorum. I would say so too. It's like, you know what? Yeah, it's...
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's
Like, honestly, I kind of respect Walls for kind of conceding some things. Like, yeah, I agree, like, that was a problem too. But I don't think we should address it like that kind of thing.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Oh my god, come on.
Or you can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire. How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
Get this Gwyneth Paltrow bullshit out of here, bro. I do not respect that, bro. I am not respecting the Gwyneth Paltrow goop, man.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
We're about socialized healthcare.
But the risks that come
And not an insurrection being a First Amendment right.
1% fatal accident rate might make you look before you launch. If you have 1 out of 1.
Politics is always so weird, and it's always ever changing with each election cycle. You kind of like don't appreciate it until you kind of like look back within like the last 10 or 20 years or so.
Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson on Person to Person.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out.
Oh my god.
Human remains found this week. There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Like,
That's right. Look at his outfit. Hey, give me some love, man.
like the tap that I need to happen. It's so like demotivating when the tap that I need most doesn't happen.
Welcome back to the CBS News vice presidential debate. It is now time for the closing statement. Senator Vance,
Because that really makes you doubt
coin toss and elected to go
the
last.
rest of your roles.
You are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters.
Damn, bro,
It
referenced
matters
them.
that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built. From Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage, and then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that, too, has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was
how's it going? Pretty good. Not really.
Made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign
Rolling is
trail
not
who can't
there
afford
today.
food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American
Jesus,
dreams
okay.
and do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before.
Bro, I maxed out twice in quals, dude.
And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell. And a reminder, there are just 35 days until Election Day. Please get out and vote. And for all of us here at CBS News, thank you and good night.
Oh, it's over. And I have yet to max out. I have yet to really 600K.
Vice presidential debate. This election is now complete. It was a cordial debate of the kind that people mostly say they want. You notice here.
All right, chat. How was it?
On the stage, that's quite a difference from the presidential debate.
That was all right.
Not even sure that Vice President Harris.
Again, no shit flinging, which honestly I can respect.
What Tim said about Finland was one of the many ways in which Senator Vance agreed with the governor.
I just kind of feel bad for whenever Vance has to cover for something that Trump said or what he said like literally 2 years ago.
Top of the news today, which is the Middle East and the kinds of foreign policy surprises that hit any president. Tim Walz made the case that Donald Trump's temperament is unfit for any kind of surprise, cited the members of the Trump administration who have attested to that. Vance came back and said there were no wars during the Trump administration. On the economy, I'll make a political point, which is that What Vance did was something Donald Trump was incapable of doing during his presidential debate, which is repeatedly saying, if Kamala Harris was going to do these things, why didn't she in office? Now, whether voters buy that or not, Tim Walz mentioned the Inflation Reduction Act and a variety of other items under Biden. But returning to that political point has worked in the past for Donald Trump against Hillary Clinton. We'll see if it works this time. I'd like to make a final point on tone. The J.D. Vance on that stage was very different than what people may have seen in podcasts. But then there was an air of unreality about it. He talked about bipartisan solutions with nuance of a kind we never saw during the Trump administration. He talked about Donald Trump almost as the defender of the Affordable Care Act. Donald Trump tried to kill the Affordable Care Act. And then I think at the very end of the debate, we saw something extraordinary. Tim Walz asked J.D. Vance if Donald Trump lost the election. He was incapable of answering that simple yes-no question. J.D. Vance can only get so far from the man at the top of the ticket, and that was on display in that one moment, although J.D. Vance was a different kind of person than we've seen in many instances.
John, I think
Get them bots out of here.
when we talk about demeanor, because of the expectation that was hanging over these candidates heading into tonight. J.D. Vance came to the stage with the lowest likability rating of all
Oh, hey, Liara.
at the top of the ticket. And I think many people came in expecting him to be Donald Trump's attack dog tonight. That's not the side we saw from him. There was a couple of compassionate moments even. You mentioned the word cordiality. We saw that from him very much. I also think it's worth pointing out the demeanor we saw from Governor Walz, particularly when it came to his moments where he was put on the defensive about his own biography and embellishments that he has made in the past, particularly in this case on China. You and I have talked about this a lot coming into this evening. Major, you're going to help us with fact checks over the course of the next few minutes. But there is a big one that we need to talk about at the top of it, which came on immigration in the discussion tonight, and particularly the Trump administration's plan, a major centerpiece of their campaign to undergo mass deportations for undocumented immigrants in this country. J.D. Vance particularly said that migrants will be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border one. This was in the conversation, this ongoing conversation about Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio.
See, I like this pace. This pace is good. I want more games like this.
All right, we will be right back in a moment with more coverage of the vice presidential debate, and we'll fact check some of the claims made by both candidates.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team. Nate has one of the
I need to like
I've ever seen.
I need to mute this damn stream soon.
To ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Why do I always choke that?
Did you ever have these problems before the derailment? No, ma'am. This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else.
Holy hell.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This
Stories that inform.
Or you can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Eye on America, weeknights on the CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell.
All right, we are going to bring in our amazing political team here. Major, I want to start with you and your big thoughts as you watch these 90 minutes unfold.
I would call this the Warren G. Harding Memorial Vice Presidential Debate. In 1920, Warren G. Harding promised the country a return to normalcy. That's what this debate was. It was substantive, far more substantive on the facts and policy than the leading candidates, the presidential nominees, have been to date. It was, in a way, a kind of embrace of bipartisanship on tough issues, gun violence, health care, child care, even, well, this was less true, on reproductive rights. And one thing that I think will be a surprise to anyone in the Republican Party, the biggest secret of the entire Trump administration is that he saved Obamacare. It's a big secret because he never even said that. But this debate was an example to the country of how you can disagree agreeably, how you can talk about shared goals for the country. And in that sense, I think it's extremely important for J.D. Vance that he did not sound as he sounds on the stump. It was his biography and his appeal to bipartisanship that will be most distinguishing about not only his present, but his possible future.
Nancy, your thoughts?
I think if you took a shot every time you...
Yes! Oh, fuck!
...the table right now. Surprisingly powerful debate for two men who we know from our do not like each other.
Jesus Christ.
Housing policy, they said
Oh my goodness.
Immigration policy, on pro-family policy. They were clearly
Oh.
showing that they are likable, that they are agreeable.
Oh, that was so clutch.
The Democrats that I'm talking to.
Oh, that was so clutch. I didn't know if I was gonna have enough burns for that. Oh my god.
And Trump debate a few weeks ago, but
Oh.
it went well for them, and I predict that exchange between Vance and Walz about
I should have kept playing, but fuck.
the election is going to end up.
Oh, I was so happy.
Both of these contenders came to the stage tonight being favorites of the base.
Okay.
Parties. Governor Walz was someone who went on television and called Republicans weird.
We're getting somewhere.
Vance was someone who would go on podcasts with Donald Trump Jr.
Oh
and
my
other
God.
favorites to the right and say the left was essentially weird. Tonight on stage, you didn't hear a lot
Number
about
52.
that. You heard an approach to build on our colleagues' reporting and analysis here. It was about appealing to the middle. For J.D. Vance, giving reassurance to traditional Republicans, conservatives.
Why is my
that
shit
they
so
have a
stretched
place
out?
in this Republican Party, even with former President Trump. They might not like those traditional Republicans' his answer on the election, but they might like his answer on the economy and on border security. And for Governor Walz, it wasn't about being an attack dog. It was trying to make an overture to that centrist voter in a battleground state and say, hey, with Vice President Harris as a teacher and a coach.
Ed Gordon, quickly before we wrap, one of the big issues, though, was immigration, so much so that they had to shut the mics off at one point.
Yeah, but I think the civility that we saw tonight may be a mistake by Democrats, quite frankly. I talked at the outset of energizing this base. I was just in Ohio, and many Democrats were livid about what's going on in Springfield. Walz missed an opportunity.
Oh my god.
The racial insensitivity there. There was a sense of trying to be affable.
Oh fuck. I feel like I got bailed so bad.
What we're going to see from this point
Oh
on
my
is the
god.
civility being laid aside.
Okay, what did you say, Chen? Would you like to become a Politics React, Analyze, and Discuss channel? Not solely. I feel like there are better people for that. I feel like I'm still such a surface level person to really watch this. Like, I definitely do consume more than the average person, I believe. But do I understand what I'm reading? Probably not. Or like, do I understand the implications of what things
now.
you know, mean. I don't think so, or at least not yet. And if anything, it's where is it? Where's the thing? Like I'll say when something feels like, you know, that feels wrong to say, or that doesn't sound good, or, you know, like, you are probably lying when you're saying that, but like that's that's the extent of my thing, you know. It's for me, it's like, it's half I want to be informed, half everyone else wants to be informed. And like there's a reason why I don't cover, like, you know, like the rallies, you know, because they sometimes stream their rallies. Or like I don't analyze like the electoral college map. Like I'll have like a couple sites up for that, but that's like, it's so, it doesn't feel right to like speculate, because I feel like there's a ton of responsibility that comes with that, and I don't want to be one of those voices that, you know, really make you sway one way or another. If anything, I will say that I will at least speak my mind on here, because it is my personal channel. Like I can technically talk whatever I want. It's more like I can say what I think. I'm not gonna force someone to think something else though. But I will make myself clear, at least. And that's the kind of thing. With these sorts of streams, it is definitely like kind of difficult to like know like why do I do these things? Because for one, like sometimes it is funny watching this sort of stuff. Sometimes it is like unfortunately, the state that we live in, it sometimes is content to watch these things and watch what goes down. And I don't know, it's like it's one of those like side subjects that I'm personally interested in, that like I can't really, I don't really know how to configure within like my brand, you know, like quote unquote. But I mean, all in all, like, you know, people come to these streams too. It's like I can't explain why, you know, 17 people are watching right now. And even before Monica's raid, there was like a good 12 people here watching me play puzzles and watching the debate. So not like it gives me too much more money, but it's like it kind of works. Oh well. I don't know. I think it's fun. I kind of feel bad for when like people feel uncomfortable during these streams, because definitely, you know, Twitch is a place where you would kind of like want to escape that. Which is why I try not to talk about it too much on like other streams. Especially just because of how heated it can get, but it's also like this also allows me to kind of just confront it in my own way, just to like have it be out there. While also getting to hang with a homie. Yeah. It takes the edge off, I'll say, watching it with people. And I don't know, I think it, you know, Yeah, it gives a. I'm crashing out so bad, dude. I don't disagree that like people probably picked up Nestris.org because of the puzzle stuff now. I need to do more of those streams. You're back at 2800. Oh no. I want to get to 3K again. I crashed out so bad. But yeah. I don't know, it's fun. And, you know, to everyone who did watch the debate along with me or watching it in their own way, I mean, alongside us, I mean, you know, thank you. I'm convinced Stack Rabbit is just BS. There are weird solutions to what it thinks it's right. Like, I wish it was more than just Stack Rabbit. I wish Beta Tetris can like kind of weed its way into analysis. I think that'd be really cool. I think that'd be really interesting and see like what all like the engines think. I'm more favorable to Beta Tetris's sort of analysis in the way that it was trained and not and not like you know, it's kind of handcrafted analysis, kind of not long flat platforms where a square can go anywhere on it and be fine. Yeah, it's because like I hate the ones where it's like I would not just rely on my default placement for the second piece. I would heavily be invested in whatever that second piece is to judge where I would want. Hi Burb, welcome on in here. It's been a hot minute since I've really seen you in this chat. Why does each loss cost twice as much as a win? I think when we get to like those very high elo spots, it's like, yeah, it's very hard to like keep that. I think it's supposed to like keep you, not keep you, but like keep like players from, you know, elo gaining like forever or something. Like I feel like it gets worse if you're like 3300. So that the score converges, yeah. Yeah, no. Awesome meeting Burb again. That was cool. I would have hoped to like meet him at at Lone Star again, but you know, C2WC happened and it's like but bullshitting the entire time when you managed to reach my ceiling. Oh yeah, the DAS thing, yeah. Did you Oh fuck, who did you play? I didn't pay too much attention to your games because I was doing other stuff. But yeah. Who pinged me? Pending. Oh, I need to accept stars. Oh, I gotta wake up early tomorrow. Because I'm about to hang out with a bunch of other people. I think we're gonna go to Dallas or something. It's like go to like a college tour for one of our intern friends. I played Hecate in top 48, Jeff in top 32, and then Dog. Oh shit, you took out Jeff. I see. No, the console crashes were insane this time around. I don't know what was up with that. Who do I name this after? I'll name it after Monica. She raided me. Monica, and then like Monaco Walls. Alright, let me let's play a couple DAS. Did the couch survive? I think so. Didn't get a chance to watch it, but America probably lost. Honestly, it was surprisingly cordial. It was probably like one of the most cordial things I've seen in American politics within the last 4 years, and that's saying something, man. I mean, JD was spouting some kind of bullshit, but like the way he worded it made him sound like not too crazy, which I feel like has been different than what he's been actually doing on like the campaign trail. Like, what is it? Like, if I have to make up stories to get the American people to, you know, like, or whatever bullshit he tried to say to cover for eating the dogs, like, he wasn't doing that this debate. But he was still trying to cover for Trump's ass, so that he can only go so far. That was an early shift. That was an early shift. Yeah, no, it was interesting. It was it was, yeah, like I honestly thought it was going to be shit flinging from JD as well, but it's like, no, they were pretty okay. Like, they exchanged some, yeah, I agree with you, but and you know, etc. That's a hard one to cover up. Yeah, surprisingly, they didn't talk about that during this debate, which is unfortunate, but it's also, I can see why they wouldn't. Oh, this is so weird. Okay. That. I keep doing spins way too early. It's a weird problem I keep doing. It's like I get scared that I won't hit the spin, but then like when I do hit the spin, it's too early, therefore I didn't hit the spin. And so like for some reason, I guess I try to do a spin like more early or something, like thinking that maybe that like I thought the spin was late or something. I don't know. But yeah, no, like the debate was honestly pretty okay. It covered some of the usual stuff. Like, honestly, I would actually recommend you to check out the VOD. Like, it was pretty civil. I was okay with it. They should have rolled a couch onto stage. So you're saying it's all your fault? No. Nuh-uh. That's not how this works. Throw that on in the background while working tomorrow. Yeah, good luck. There was a weird moment where, like, they were trying to, like, you know, say some stuff about the Obamacare stuff, healthcare stuff. There was a weird phrase that JD said about, like, you know, the marketplace of, like, health insurance, and it's like, that feels weird. That's dystopian as hell. Oh, game. Okay. I don't like this. I don't... What? Okay. I hate all of this. This is bad. This is so bad. Okay, sure. That can go there. Oh, I have to check in on Ian Keith. I forget if... Oh, that's dead. I forget if Ian Keith lives up near where Helen hit this weekend. Because I know it hit Florida, like northern Florida, but I don't know how deep Ian Keith is. He's probably okay. I have no idea. Alright, there's like no... I'm gonna put on music now. Because like it doesn't transmit game noises. Oop. Was this? Oh, I don't know where that's coming from. Okay. Oh, radio. Okay. I want the other one. There we go. They were streaming 2-ish days ago, so I think they're chilling. That's good. Well, that's direct. Okay. Better to have a J dependency. Better to have both dependencies. I'm so goated at this puzzle shit. It's insane. Oh, how good did Miles do? Did he get anywhere after that colors game? I don't think so, right? I haven't heard anything. Yeah, that's it for perfect, though. Unfortunate. I'm insane with this pace, chat. Did I? When I get no bars, this is what happens, though. Alright, we're gonna burn this back down soon, right? Thank you. Is this an actual old song? I have no idea. They did really good production on this. If it isn't. This is so bad. Fuck! Ah! Ugh. It's like, if the bar didn't come, like, right when I needed it, it's basically, I'm, like, 80% thinking it's dead. And then, like, the piece came, like, one piece too late. And I wasn't prepared, because it's like, it's, I can't, I was straight up prepared to cover it, dude. Let me put on the... Where's the... Get Down Tonight by Starwolf. That was the song. That was a flat board, oh my god. I didn't realize I've been live for like 4 hours. It doesn't feel like 4 hours, it feels like 2. And that's dead. Alright. Oh, this might be wraps. Oh my god, dude. Oh. Oh, hey, dude. Nice seeing you at Jonas Cup, man. Hope you had a wonderful weekend like everyone else. Dumbest puzzle solution you found? Oh shit. One day, all of these puzzles that are gonna be generated will come from, like, real games. And, like, sourced from, like, real people that, like, play the games. Instead of, like, automatically generated. I will take a look after this game. Bar, man. Bang the shit out of me leg. I just banged the shit out of me leg. Let me see this. That was yours. Dude, it loves the J dependency, man. I don't know what it is. Out of me leg! Out of me leg! Has anyone redeemed Hydrate during this? Not yet. I need to get some water after a game. It formed a hematoma. It might be Jover. That was fast. That was a very quick diagnosis. Are you sure about that? Oh, what a cleanup. Why didn't you bro, you rotate. Ain't no way. Couple minutes ago. Damn. Is this Dodie? Very funny trio name though. That can't be the right way to solve that. What am I doing? Oh, I remember that I asked Terry Purcell if like an S flat was like a thing. And it was like, oh yeah, mostly Jonas did that. That was a cool memory I now have. Asking Terry Purcell where the S flat came from. I should have tucked both of those in. Ugh. Oh, is it finally over? What? Wait, hold on. This is like... This is a really bad one. Yeah. Yeah, it's technically over, I guess. Oh, good news, Winter. I maxed again by a short... What the fuck? Okay. Okay, Gary. Hong bar? Hong bars, baby. Alright. It was into kill screen, and then like I immediately topped out because I was too happy. Oh, this is... Damn. By the time I see the adjustment, it's too late, bro. No das. This is why like I top out against Scooty at like 200k, man. It's like I'll get like a good game going, then like the next 5 games are just immediately trash. Try to quick tap over, but of course it doesn't happen because why would it? Bar? Why did I go for it? Accidentally hit new puzzle and now I'm at 2492. Skill issue. That's I don't know how you managed to do that. Just don't hit new puzzle when you're taking a screenshot. That's just impressive to me. Shaking my head. You hit a new puzzle and before you know it, you've done 20. Such is the life of a puzzle addict. They never know when to stop. This is a strange board. There we go, Jesus. Still slowly climbing. I hit 3,000 and I want to get back. And I'll do it someday. It's very accessible for people, yeah. Oh, the crash out is so hard, Winter. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, the crash out is bad. Oh no. Yeah, like I crashed out to like 2,800 and I can't get back up. It was just some stupid shit, like whether to place a O on a flat 4-5 or 5-6. That's that's just such a killer. Cause it's like there's literally nothing you can really do, and just hope that like the you know, like the default isn't like super weird. Why do I go for those? Why did I go for that? Oh wait, nope. I'm cooking. How many puzzles are y'all playing? Oh, like literally like hundreds. Each time, like maybe 100 or 2. Over 1,000 1 point. I need to check mine. I haven't checked mine yet. I'm sure I'm like kind of high as well, but not too high compared to like, I don't know, Dangler or something. It's over. All right. Just did 3,000 puzzles on this stream. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me see where my shit is. Hold up. Puzzles attempted 862. I haven't even done 1,000 yet, guys. Oh my god. I love that opener. It's like such like a hard thing to see. That's not possible. I'm not doing that. Alright. But explain different. Well, this one creates a Lombard plant. Lombard sympathy is flatter. I feel like Ansel has been trying to do that for like the longest while. Or at least with like analysis in like board states. Yeah, I feel like another version has that, but not like specifically for puzzles. Try like Eric grip or something. Oh, right, I forget why that grip is so bad. Quitting while you're ahead? Exactly. Okay, I'm done. No, I'm... For real. I would have quit. I was ahead, but I missed. Yeah. Yeah, you tried earlier. I'm on like 2,800 something now. I forget. You can see me on the leaderboard. I'm like fucking 25th now. This is some like, this song has like, this is what dog listens to energy. I can't explain it, but I feel like this is what dog would have like listened to like a year ago. $41? Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Whoa. Well, I was top 25 earlier. It was like number 12 or whatever. Too early. I want 300k by 100. Whoa, that was such a bad judgment. Oh my god. I'm honestly impressed by that misread. Yeah, no, that was just a bad decision there. Yes, Wiley. Who won the debate? I mean, out of just pure intellectual honesty, Walls, but it was a lot more civil than I expected. Well, I just did, so... Jesus. Why? That's the only thing with DAS for me, is that I always feel like I don't have good control over it still. I've always had that problem. Stupid spin, man. Why did I spin like so early? I'm not. I don't want to play that out. It's like I can feel it and not make it over. And it's like I just can't. I don't want to deal with that. Oh my god, is that Mari712? It is I, Mari712. Exclamation point. Exclamation point E6 lurker ensues. Stop misdropping. Lock in. Okay. Ah! Oh. Dude, I want this damn 19 max, man. Like, hold on. That was a little too close. What the fuck? Yeah. Oh, I missed it. Bar. Good. Oh, you know this song? Nice. Jesus Christ almighty, man. That's dead. Why would it... Hello? Maybe, maybe. Why do I keep overshifting pieces? Why am I not gaining DAS on 5 high, dude? Fair enough. That's the problem, man. Jesus, what a scare, but oh my god. Nice. Such a bad transition. And then I do that, and then, okay, well. I'll just reset. Not even 500k. What a stupid game, man. More like, I just don't want to get into a dig. If I get into one dig, like, my pace is basically done for. I want my placements to not involve so many misshifts. That's dead. That's... How long have I been playing for? Well, we played puzzles for like 2 hours. And then I guess we've been playing the actual game for like 3. Thank you. I'm trying to get out of this center well, man. Jesus. Please, I need something. Nope, I don't get it. I need to wake up really early tomorrow. Oh my fucking Christ, dude. That's so suffer, man. So suffer. So suffer. Where is the thing? Hey Jay. What time is it? Let me check my DMs real quick. Streaming for so long. This is one of the longer streams. But it's not that bad. It doesn't feel that bad yet. Because it was basically like 2 hours of talking. And then just 3 hours of actually playing. I need to tell Quit. I'm sorry that I couldn't like meet up with them again this time around. It was just, I was literally like stuck in the convention center like the whole time. Yeah. How was the convention? It was really fun. I was helping out with camera work and stuff every now and then. And it was pretty good. Oh my god. It was really fun meeting all my friends again. Dude, there is a kid that was like 8 and he already had like a really high PB, like a 900k PB in this game is like really good. Like you've been playing for years type of good. I'm not playing that. Yeah, no, and like that kid had been like watching some of the VODs of the main channel. And yeah, that kid knows me. Like I went up to him and was like, "So do you like know me?" And he was like, "Yeah, yeah, Mari, right?" Like, or he said like, Mary or Mari, and I'm like, "Oh God, oh it's happening. Oh, this is what it's like, isn't it? To be recognized by someone that you don't know." Oh no. I can't let that kid see this chat, bro. Jesus. Oh my god. His dad was great. No, his dad was chill. Both of his parents were nice. Did he make a 69 joke? So wait, which funny number was it? Was it 69 or 420? $69 lines? Jesus Christ. Haha, funny number. No, dude, it's so bad. It's like, oh, this is the consequences of our actions type of moment, dude. Oh, what the fuck? And I wish I could have like kept going with like, oh, who's who here, you know? It's like, oh, do you know this person? Oh, do you know this person? Oh, do you know this person? Just to see how far he's gone, dude. Cause he ain't no way, man. I feel so weird having this kid know who I am. Also, welcome back, Random. Hey, who's this person? Oh, I thought you were Rhubarb. Now I made the worst board for myself. Then I heard your misfortunate story. I mean, there's a couple stories that happened. The kid was probably the best part of Jonas Cup because I think nearly every Tetris player that showed up, like, that kid wanted to fight everyone. Like, he wanted to play, like, at the after party, like, we had like 2 TVs set up, and that kid wanted to play everyone, like me, Fractal, Scooty. I commentated a little bit of that Scooty match out of, like, you know, oh, this seems fun kind of thing. Oh, Jesus. He was the main character. Not like every now and then, like, I would like peek, cause I would peek over to like look at him playing the game because he had my I gave him my gloves for a little bit, my glove and my controller. And so I kind of wanted to see how he was doing, and he liked it. He liked my glove and controller. Like, he didn't want to give it up to get his own controller out. And so I'm like, hey man, I gotta play on it, dude. I gotta play on my own stuff. I generally didn't know where to put that fast enough. Ooh, there's a bug in here. Okay, I'm gonna get this 19 max. And then I'll end stream. Oh, Jay, how's the kid going? How's the kid right now? Hope, Hope they're doing good. I literally forgot. I forgot gender. Please? Oh, I will read that in a minute. Oh, that didn't burn. Nice. Chat, what's my 19 PB? My rolling 19 PB. Fuck! Where's the bar? There was no bar, bro. Come on. Could you fault me for that? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh man, there's the 19 max. Ugh. Let me report that to my channel. That's number 53. Thank you for the follow, Michael. I feel like I've seen that one around. I've seen you out and about everywhere. Ooh. Jesus. Been around lately. I see, I see. Cuphead speedrunner with a growing interest in Tetris. I see, I see. Well, I hope Nestris.org treats you well. And I think I'm gonna sign off for the night. I need to know when to wake up tomorrow. And then yeah, so let's see. N 6-hour stream. I mean, it's a bit long, but you know, we've had I guess we've had longer. Where's my original tab? This one, I think. Alright, let's see who's up and about right now. Harry J. Not the J that was in chat, but another J. Zeno, Wiley. Oh, am I the only one in this category? Nope. Alright, wait, let me catch up on what y'all were talking about. I'd step out who won the debate. I mean, I'm biased. I'd say Walls. But it was mostly, yeah, kind of really too civil to really kind of say like, oh, they definitely won. It was definitely a kind of a cordial sort of environment, so I wouldn't really say winning was a important factor there. Just who sold their candidate more, I guess. Which, I mean, again, I'm biased, so. Mari, congrats on going rounds. Okay, wait, what does going rounds mean? It's just happening to say you did great this weekend. I was just performing my duties as a valued community member. Like, did that mean, like, I got a round off of someone? Which in that case, yay. It didn't go pop on round 0. Yeah. I won round 0, in which I am very proud of. So you know. I'm just saying, it's a little, you know, it's a little too easy. Poor Ninja. Ninja, I think, just got shafted by bracket placement. Yeah, like the... I will tease him later, probably. Yeah, tease him for me. Ninja got a PB in qual. No, like, yeah, like... I think at the start of his session, I was kind of walking around where he was, and he turns to me and was like, "Hey, Mari, I got a PB in quals." I'm like, dang, now I gotta beat that. And I did. I literally did. Thank God. He was elated. I could imagine, man. Like, it was so strange trying to qual for Jonas Cup, because it was, you know, the fire alarm started, and like, I literally was just trying to lock in of like, I need to do really good. I don't want this fire alarm to kill my game, so I'm just gonna play through. I'm gonna get this max, even if it kills me or not. And it did give me bars until like a very last second misshift on 28, which killed it. So there was my 920, and I'm happy that I got a 920, which means I got to play Scooty. Totally met his goals for the weekend. I'm proud of him, though. I am proud of him for getting a PB. I mean, I'm glad he can do that. I'm glad he was helping out with cams. He was happy to just do the OBS and camera work and all that. So, you know, we all had our favorite parts of Jonas Cup, and I think it was a very enjoyable experience. Much smaller experience than CTWC, but I think we all had a nice time there. All right. I haven't talked to Jay in a little bit here. She's doing art. Wiley's doing Tetrio. I feel like it makes sense to bother him. Most of the seeds were awful. Yeah. Oh man. I had fun. Sharky, I think, just got unlucky with his games. Like, imagine going against Kirby, who's really good. Really good. Even if she's, like, new, she's really good. Or kind of not really as into the classic scene versus modern. Still really good player. You know, had Sharky on the edge of his seat for round of 32. And then round of 16 comes around. Fucking Triss guy, man. Like, oh my goodness. Almost looked like he was burnt in round 1. Like, no, for real. Like, everyone put on their game. They were really awesome. And Like, I'm surprised that Sharky didn't go out to Kirby. Like, it was really close there. Like, after that game ended, like, bro had to, like, walk around, had to take, like, some pacing. Had to take a couple steps, you know, walking around and stuff. So it's like no, like, people put the pressure on Sharky. Like, they did not make it easy for him to get, you know, get anywhere. And, you know, Trisky also was great. I didn't look at the game too closely, but yeah, unfortunate placements for Sharky from what he told me. Which kind of ended his game. His commentary was fire. I enjoyed his commentary as well. It was actually really funny when before the finals happened. I think Bidwell was saying like, "Oh, we're about to get a Sharky up here to do some commentary for the finals," and in the meanwhile, Sharky was kind of like off to the side, like in one of the chairs, and he was like, I think he was doing like Sudoku. I feel like trying to like take the mental weight off of like his loss. I mean, obviously, I don't know what's in his head, but like he said it was tough watching. So I could probably guess what's going on in his head during that moment. But when he when Bidwell said they would get Sharky to do commentary, he like looked up from his phone and he was like, "Ooh." He didn't say anything, but just like you can kind of tell from his facial expression, like, "Ooh," kind of surprised that he kind of came on, because he wasn't. I think King wanted him to sit out for a little bit, before the finals. That or like you know, whenever. I don't know. I don't know the full story. Don't quote me on anything. But I know that Sharky, you know, was taking the loss, you know, not too hard, but definitely it did impact him. Hey, Winter. Yeah, max out. 19 max out. 19 start. Who should I? Oh, do I? Oh god, they're also. Oh, they've also been streaming for like 6 hours. Never mind. Do we want to rate someone not Tetris? Or do we still want to stay within the Tetris realm? Because I'm thinking rating some of my VTuber friends instead. You have 1929 1 clears? That's good. I have like one. I have like one of those. God, I know this game. Okay, let's... How long has she been going? Is she gonna end stream? No. It's Tetris 99. Alright, well... that's not it. Disabled raids? Alright, damn, okay. Maybe I do... We'll do her then. Yeah, there we go. That works. Yeah, so Jay is a friend of mine. We met last year in a little VTuber Tetris competition as well. And they do wonderful art stuff, and they are currently doing some, I guess they're looking at Newgrounds, so treat her well. She is very much a cool Tetris player as well. So copy those ring messages for those who are and are not subbed, and I'll see you when I see y'all. Presumably in a match stream. I don't know. Who knows? Alright, see y'all.